Hey guys, we are continuing with it's technically noon now, it's 12 on the dot, with the afternoon session for the Stefon Diggs trial. We cut the cameras were cut off during some of the jury selection questions that might have gone into some personally identifying information, but I said I'd be back when we had a camera feed, so we're back on the clock. We'll see what happens, and court typically takes lunch about an hour from now. So if they do that, they'll have an hour-long lunch break. But we're going to look at the police report and some text messages, and we've got all that stuff to keep busy in case there's a break again. And then I also, while everyone's getting back in, shout out to Sunshine for You. Sent a tip over in the tip jar, so big thank you saying good morning to everyone. So thank you so much for that. We also had Deborah with the super sticker on the last stream that I missed. EJF is back and ready to roll. As we look at the clock together. And we should have captions, so very excited for that. And if anybody missed part one and wants to go back and check out, it was really, we just heard some of the more like general voir dire questions for jury selection. But if you want to go back and check that out, there is a link to part one in the description. We also did a rewind on Friday's preliminary hearing, which was really interesting. So that's in the part one hearing, part one stream from this morning as well. Whisper, whisper, whisper. I am Shouts doing the roll call. In attendance? Hey, Sharon. Let me turn this down a little in case they like scream hear ye at us. Because I feel like they will. The voice sounded familiar, right? That could have been the same guy that said hear ye during the Karen Reed case. Hey, Anne. Hey, Melissa. The Aaron gang is showing up in the building. We got the sirens in the background right as RM Mama arrives. Sunshine for You, thank you for the tip. And also remember, here the attorneys, this is a criminal case, so the Commonwealth, the government, and then Stefon Diggs, the defendant's attorneys. Here, this is Dedham, Massachusetts. They call fellow counsel sister, brother, my sister on the other side of the aisle. So if we hear that they're not, what are we doing? Oh, they have all the camera angles. Oh, I think they're switching a battery. They're checking battery life. It wasn't looking good if that's the battery up here. Oh, it's over here. Never mind. Yes, Corky with the reminder. Please hit that like button on the way in. YouTube got mad at me like 2 weeks ago. We're still recovering. Hey, Allie Mac. Hey, Tiffany. Hey, Keisha. Jersey Girl Trey. Everybody put a hear ye in the chat. It's like if you click your heels 3 times. It'll make the trial start. Adventure Aaron says, I wish opposing counsel would call me sister.
All right.
Here we go. You guys did it.
Solemn court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Clerk, if we could have Ms. Adams and her attorney come to sign.
Okay. Ms.
Oh.
Adams, the counsel.
So there's the chef, the star witness, Jamila Adams. If you missed this morning's stream, there seems to be a serious concern that she will plead the fifth when she takes the stand. And that boop noise is from the court. Hey, Stef JK in the building. Always good to see Stef. Pops in for the craziness. She heard somebody might plead the fifth today, so she showed up. Hope you're doing well, Stef. Thank you for being a member for 12 months. It's the pulse of justice beeping in the background. Hey to everybody tuning in. Did you guys get notifications for this? I did also post on X. Well, CMAF is asking I'm late. Did she get a payout? I would guess not if we are here. I do believe there's a separate case involving Mia Jones is one of them. Civil litigation still ongoing with Stefon Diggs. And I was following that for a little bit. I have to go check on that and see if there's been anything recent. But sometimes, you know, cases like that get filed, there's a little activity up front, and then they sit for months and months and nothing really happens. Okay, everyone's saying they got notifications. Awesome, awesome. Iceman did not. No, well, we're glad you're here. We're glad you found your way here. And we're just waiting. Right when court resumed, the judge asked the chef, the alleged victim, the complaining witness, to approach with her attorney. So they're at the bench right now. And this is a criminal case, so, you know, Jamila Adams, she's not a, like, party to these proceedings. It's the Commonwealth, the government, prosecuting Stefon Diggs. So he's the only defendant. We need a boop counter. Yeah, everyone's booping. Allie says the boops are stuck in her head. Yes, guys, and also, if you have to be in and out for this trial, I don't think this will be a very long trial, but a couple days, few days. Adventure Aaron just shared a link in the chat to Alley Cat. It's not me, different cat, but a cat that I love. She is over on TikTok and YouTube, typically doing short recaps, right? So if you don't have time to watch a whole trial, or you miss like a day one but want to watch in real time by the time you get to day two, her channel is amazing for quick recaps, gets you caught up to speed. So she is covering this case, so she'll be doing daily recaps of this one, but a ton of other cases as well. So thank you for sharing that link, Erin. The other Erin, EJF, says, good to know this courtroom isn't flatlining. It might. It might. And then the parties, you guys, we're learning names. So the judge is Jeanmarie Carroll. Jeanmarie is like one word, one name. The defense, you have Andrew Kettlewell, kind of like leaning in right here. And then Sarah Silver. And then behind them, I think Mitchell Schuster sitting there.
All right, are the parties ready to proceed?
Oh, let's go, chat.
Yes, Ron. I think the only
We're ready to proceed, Judge. I know we had discussed evidentiary issues.
Do we need to address those at this time, or are we ready to bring in the jury and proceed with openings?
I would proceed with openings, I think.
Agreed.
Okay, then let's do that. We do, and counsel, I'm reminded of your motion last week to sequester any witnesses, so I don't know if any of your witnesses are in the courtroom, but if they are, if they'd kindly step out, and any witnesses in this matter who will be testifying will be called in one at a time. All set?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
And the prosecutor, his name is Drew Virtue. Yeah, I guess that's probably what that was. Nancy knew. Says the judge was asking what she may need to plead the fifth on. And so she'll be out of the courtroom. She's a witness, so Jamila Adams is under the sequestration order too. So that's why she left. But depending on how quick opening statements are, I mean, she might take the stand today. Like if they do a full court day, I mean, a police officer that took the report, I mean, this is not the type of trial where you'd expect like a million witnesses. Yes, that is who we were seeing zoomed in is Jamila Adams, the chef, the complaining witness.
All rise, jurors enter.
And the parties aren't supposed to refer to her as a victim. And the reason behind that is it's the jury that gets to decide if, after looking at the facts, they're the ones that make the determination whether or not that what's alleged here actually took place beyond a reasonable doubt or not. Oh, we got a ceiling. What are those types of ceilings called?
All right, counsel are ready to proceed?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
ADA Drew Virtue.
Good morning. My name is Drew Virtue. I introduced myself earlier when we had a larger group, and now that it's a smaller group, I just wanted to reintroduce myself again. To give you some room to stand on here of parties and what they're doing. My name is Drew Virtue. I'm the prosecutor, meaning I'm going to be presenting evidence supporting the defendant's guilt. Defense counsel will be representing their client. We'll have the clerk here, whose job it is to create a complete record of this case, both for the recording as well as writing things down when need be. The court officers who are up and about are here to make sure that we're safe, as well as help people kind of figure out where they need to go. The judge's job is to, kind of clunky term from law school, be the master of the law. And that leaves you guys, which equally clunky term for the jury is the master of the facts. It's the idea that it's your job, it's your exclusive job, your special job
Special job.
to determine the facts at stake that we're talking about, what actually happened. And this is concerning about what happened on December 2nd of 2025. Now, you're going to have an opportunity to hear from some witnesses. You're going to have an opportunity to hear from Miss Jamila Adams. She'll tell you about her career as a private chef. She'll tell you how she came to know the defendant, about how she came to be working as a chef for him. She'll tell you about her experience working for Mr. Diggs. I expect she'll tell you about a disagreement she had with some members of his staff. And then I expect that she'll tell you about what happened on December 2nd. And I remind you, it's your job here today to determine what happened on December 2nd. I expect Ms. Jamila Adams, when she takes that stand, she'll tell you how she was texting with the defendant, her boss, Mr. Diggs. That on that text they started arguing, they started name calling.
Oh.
I expect she'll tell you how she was in her bedroom at his house, how he entered her bedroom, walked up to her, and slapped her. I expect she's going to tell you how he put her in a headlock, the difficulty she had breathing, that he threw her on the bed, and then he left. I expect she's going to tell you then how that affected her, what she did after her, how she continued working for him afterwards, how she had a dispute with him over a payment, how his staff told her that she needed to sign a non-disclosure agreement to get paid. I expect she'll tell you that it wasn't until after this incident in December 2nd that anyone talked to her about a non-disclosure agreement. I expect for her to tell you how she eventually left that job as a chef, Mr. Diggs, and how she eventually reported what happened to her to the police. You also have an opportunity to hear from an officer from the Dedham Police, one Kenneth Ellis. He'll tell you about his training that he undertook in order to become an officer and how on December the 16th, Ms. Jamila Adams came to the Dedham Police Station to talk to the police. He'll be able to tell you a bit about that encounter, what he saw, a little bit about that conversation, and ultimately how he chose to, how charges were filed against Mr. Diggs. Now, in this case, Mr. Diggs has no obligation to call any witnesses. He may choose not to call any witnesses, and you cannot hold that against him. But in the event that he does call witnesses, I ask that you give his witnesses the same care, the same attention, and the same scrutiny that you give to the Commonwealth's witnesses. It's part of your job as jurors, as the master of the facts, to listen to every witness, to pay attention and to assess their credibility. In doing so, I ask that you keep two things in mind. One, what the witness had an opportunity to see or not to see. Whether the witness had an actual opportunity to witness the crime or just saw things in and around it. And two, what sort of financial relationship each witness had to Mr. Diggs. I imagine the defense may argue that Ms. Adams' financial dispute with Mr. Diggs is an important part of this case, and I'd say it is an important part of this case. But just in the same way that her financial relationship to Mr. Diggs is important, so is all the witnesses' financial relationship to Mr. Diggs. Now, at the conclusion of evidence, I'll have an opportunity to come back to you again. During that time, closing arguments, I'll ask you to come to a decision based on the evidence you heard. But right now, what I'm asking you is to not come to any decisions. Right now, your main job is to listen. It's to pay attention, to give every bit of evidence the attention and the scrutiny it deserves. And when I say every bit of evidence, I do mean every bit of evidence, because in cases like this, every bit of evidence is important. Thank you.
Nice and short.
Counsel, do you care to open?
It was 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, again, ladies and gentlemen. The assault the Commonwealth just described in their opening statement in only a few sentences. It never happened. Did not happen. There was no strangulation, there was no assault, there was no incident on December 2nd or any other day. There were 6 people in Mr. Diggs' home on December 2nd, and not one heard or saw anything out of the ordinary. The Commonwealth has no physical evidence. There are no medical records. There are no photos or videos showing any injuries. There are videos showing no injuries at all. Pay attention to where those came from. On December 16th, as the Commonwealth just said, Ms. Adams went to the police, and you will learn that after that, on the very day the complaint issued in this case, December 29th, demands for money from Mr. Diggs began coming from Ms. Adams' agents. Starting the end of December on the 29th with over $19,000, and the most recent being a sum for quite a bit more.
Wait a
My
bit.
name, again, is Andrew Kettlewell, and with my partner, Ms. Silva, we represent Stefon Diggs, who I'm actually going to ask to stand up for a moment.
Humanize your client.
Mr. Diggs is a 33-year-old professional football player and businessman. He played for the New England Patriots last year. He's from Maryland. He's joined here with his mother. Thank you. You're going to learn, ladies and gentlemen, that December 2nd, 2025 was a day like any other for Stefon Diggs. He was in a good mood. The Patriots had played the night before. They'd won. He played well. He was going to head into work on December 2nd, just like any other day after a game, for treatment, film review, team meetings. And that night, on December 2nd, 2025, he and his closest friends were scheduled to fly to Miami, Florida. That was for the 1 week off he had during the season, the 1 week of vacation. It's called a bye week. During that day, after he went to work, friends began arriving at his house, folks who were also joining him on the trip to Miami. There were other people in his house. One of those people who I expect you're going to hear from is his assistant, Janelle Salas. You'll hear people refer to her as Sonny. You're going to hear from Miss Salas that for the entire afternoon, she was in Mr. Diggs' home in Dedham on Schoolmaster Street, sitting in the kind of main area, living room, kitchen area, watching people come and go. And she was getting things ready for the trip that night. Miss Adams, you're going to hear, was also in that house. She lived and worked in that house as Mr. Diggs' chef for the regular season. And that was from July 2025 to December 2025. That morning, Miss Adams was not happy. Instead, she was quietly seething about being left off that trip to Miami. I mentioned they were going to Miami that night and that Mr. Diggs is a businessman. In Miami, you're going to hear that there was an art show where a furniture line he collaborated with a person on was being displayed. But also in Miami, you're going to hear that Mr. Diggs had a birthday party. He had just turned 33. And that
Art
there was a
Basel?
week's worth of fun. And Miss Adams initially was expected to be on the trip, but she had been left off. And she'd been left off because she'd spent the previous several days feuding with that business partner from the furniture line who was in Miami. And that person's name is Lindsey. I'm going to get back to that in one moment. But why was Miss Adams so frustrated that morning? Why was she so upset about Mr. Diggs taking Miss Lindsey's side in a feud over hers? It's because Miss Adams wasn't just a chef. She had known Mr. Diggs for years previous to ever working for him. They had been friends, and at times they'd been friends with benefits.
Oh,
That
there you go.
relationship had led to Miss Adams getting the job to cook for Mr. Diggs. She got to live in the house. She went to games. She sat with the owners of an NFL team, went to parties. She was paid $2,000 a week in reimbursement for what she claimed she spent on groceries. And she had plenty of opportunity to talk to Mr. Diggs about trying to get him to invest in her to open her dream restaurant. As that season wore on, her place in Mr. Diggs' circle began to slip. And things came to a head in late November when that issue that I just mentioned, the feud between her and this person named Lindsey, popped up. That feud It's about an anonymous blog post that was posted on the internet. Lindsey said that Miss Adams posted it. Miss Adams said Lindsey was the problem. The blog, the drama, all of that, it's not important to this case. What is important is that by December 2nd, 2025, Miss Adams was furious. She was upset about being left off the trip. She was upset about Mr. Diggs taking Lindsey's side over her in that argument. And so while he was at work, she was at the house. And you will see the text messages, I expect, that she sent to him that morning. You'll see her frustration boiled over. A quick word about those text messages. I expect you're going to see most, if not all, of these messages. And there's some language in there that is not typically courtroom appropriate. There's cursing, there's slang. The one thing I ask of you is that you don't let the way that the messages, the two parties in the messages communicated with one another, interfere with your ability to understand the content and to understand their importance. Because you're going to see what that exchange was about. You're going to see it was about this dispute, about Miss Adams being left off the Miami trip, and about Mr. Diggs picking somebody else's side over her. And you're going to hear why that's important. Because as I said, Miss Adams went to the Dedham Police Department on December 16th. And she made her report. And she told them that the argument on December 2nd was about money. She told them that's what the fight was about, over text and in real life, and that's how things got out of hand. She didn't mention Miami. Listen to what else she didn't mention. And 2 days later, she sent the Dedham Police Department a screenshot of the text messages she said, and you just heard the Commonwealth say, led into that fight. Led over the phone to Mr. Diggs, coming into her room and committing this offense. And you're going to see those messages that she sent to the Dedham Police. And I expect that what the evidence is going to show you, after you've seen those, after you've seen all the messages that she did not show to the Dedham Police, the evidence is going to show you that she curated the messages. She omitted some, she removed other messages before she sent them to the Dedham Police to fit her narrative.
Put an uh-oh in the chat.
By the way, on December 2nd, she indicated to the police as well that she had not been paid for November. You're going to hear a little bit about her payment and about her paperwork, and we'll get to that in one moment. A few of the people who you're going to hear from in this trial, many of them do work or have been associated with Mr. Diggs. Sonny, his assistant, is one of the witnesses you're going to hear from. I indicated to you she was inside the home that day, sitting in the living room, watching people come and go, doing her job like normal. She personally spoke to Miss Adams throughout that day, and she'll tell you what she observed. You're going to hear from other folks who talked or texted with Miss Adams that day as well. You're going to learn that Mr. Diggs had a scheduled day. He was at work in Foxborough, and even after he got back from work, he had a set schedule. He had an IV treatment for 1 hour and a 2-hour massage that followed. Following that, as I said, they were getting on the airplane and they were flying to Miami. As for Miss Adams, what you'll hear is that there was nothing out of the ordinary. She was normal. She cooked dinner for Mr. Diggs on December 2nd. She chatted on the phone and spent the afternoon and early evening in the house. And that night, she flew to New York City to spend her week off with friends. Now, I've said normal a few times already in this case. Let me pause and tell you what normal was like in the Diggs house. Mr. Diggs is a highly regarded professional athlete. He owns a clothing line, a furniture line that I've already mentioned, and other businesses. And he's a public figure. He's a coterie of family, friends, and staff around him at all times. Good professional athletes are paid very well in this country, and Mr. Diggs is very good at his job. He has the means to support his friends, family, and staff, and he takes good care of his people. You're going to hear that on December 2nd, he was taking his entire entourage on an airplane down to Miami and putting them up for a week's worth of events and parties, and that wasn't even out of the ordinary. So normal in the Mr. Diggs house is a little bit different from normal in your house or mine. But just like any other person in this country, rich or poor, Mr. Diggs sits here an innocent man. And any preconceptions or feelings you have about athletes, wealth, or anything else, you have to put aside and not let interfere with the oath you just took as jurors. So we've talked about December 2nd because that's the day Ms. Adams claimed this incident occurred. You're going to hear about other days as well. You'll hear a little bit, like I said, about that November blog incident because it led up to the text exchange on December 2nd. The text exchange, the Commonwealth just told you, led into this physical assault that Ms. Adams claims occurred. You also heard a moment ago that she flew to New York City that night. And I expect that you're going to hear from the people she stayed with in New York City. Their names are Shai Charles and Tali Moses. They're both hairstylists who live in New York City, and you're going to see videos from Ms. Adams' trip to New York City. Videos recorded only hours after she had landed, hours after this alleged incident had occurred. Videos from later that week, the next day, and a few days after that. And when you hear about those videos, ask yourself, what am I seeing? Where did the information come from? And what can it tell me? Ask yourself whether what is depicted on those videos is consistent with the Commonwealth's theory that Ms. Adams was brutally assaulted by a professional athlete in her bedroom on December 2nd. Ask yourself, what would you expect to see from what the Commonwealth just described in a person's demeanor and physically on their body? There's an old axiom that the simplest answer that accounts for all the facts, that is the true answer. See if the Commonwealth's theory accounts for all of the evidence that you're going to get to see over the next day and a half. One other thing that you are going to hear, the Commonwealth mentioned it briefly for a moment there, was that Ms. Adams returned to the house in Dedham. You're going to learn that happened on December 9th, 1 week after she went to New York City. One thing you will learn about that return is that on December 16th, she told the police that she was only going there to pack her things. The evidence will show you that that was not true. She actually went back to work just like nothing had happened. Pay very close attention to the details surrounding her return on December 9th. How she got there, what she was doing, what happened after she got back to the house in the middle of the night at about 11:30 p.m. and walked in unaccompanied. Listen for those details about what she did then and what happened after, and ask yourself whether it tends to corroborate the story the Commonwealth just told you, that she was violently assaulted and strangled on December 2nd, or whether it instead suggests that nothing happened on December 2nd. As I said, after Miss Adams got back to work on December 9th, she tried to pretend that things were fine. She tried to get back in Mr. Diggs' good graces to get him to forget about the text exchange back on December 2nd. But the damage, the argument they had on December 2nd was done, and she couldn't get back into his good graces. And even worse, she was now coming back and going to have to comply with the same rules that applied to everybody else. The Commonwealth already mentioned one of those. You're going to hear from Melissa Goddard, one of Mr. Diggs' bookkeepers who came up from Florida. She's going to tell you that she took over responsibility for Miss Adams' payment that fall, and that she found, because Miss Adams had had this previous relationship with Mr. Diggs, that she had never been onboarded as a normal contractor. She had never filled out any normal paperwork. And she told the assistant Sonny and Miss Adams that they needed to follow the normal procedures. Miss Adams needed to sign proper paperwork, including signing an NDA just like anybody else. And she needed to submit actual receipts for reimbursements, just like everybody else. And you're going to see that Miss Adams ignored those requests until she couldn't anymore. And that happened around December 13th. On December 13th, you're going to learn Miss Adams got an email about that paperwork, and she got upset. She got mad again, and there was another barrage of angry text messages to Mr. Diggs. And this time, she wound up getting herself fired for good. I expect that you're going to end up seeing those messages as well. Messages the police weren't told about, because the police weren't told she went back to work after December 9th.
They weren't told that?
This time some of those messages actually were about money, but also still the same Lindsey blog post issue of Mr. Diggs picking someone over her. The end of this exchange on December 13th was more specific than December 2nd. Mr. Diggs sent $2,000 via ApplePay that Ms. Adams claimed she owed and told her she did not need to worry about cooking for him anymore. She was out, and this time she knew there was no getting back in. And listen to what happened when you hear the evidence after that, after December 13th. 3 days later, as you've already heard, Ms. Adams went to the police. She didn't tell them about December 13th, or that she'd been fired. Instead, she told them a made-up story. She was furious, and she wanted Mr. Diggs to pay in every sense of that word. And what you will hear is that her demands for money, as I said, began on December 29th, the same day the criminal complaint issued in this case. You will also hear that as this case has gone on, and public pressure has grown, that number has only gone up. And I will let her tell you what number she is now demanding from Mr. Diggs. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Diggs sits here an innocent man. That's the beauty of the American justice system. You heard a little bit about the way trial works. You heard that the burden is entirely on the Commonwealth to prove its case. Their burden, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, that's the highest burden in our system. And as Mr. Virtue mentioned, Mr. Diggs has no burden whatsoever. One thing Mr. Virtue and I agree on, be skeptical with every witness. And financial incentives certainly do play a role in this case. We will call witnesses. We do so to give you the fullest possible picture of what happened and what did not happen on December 2nd, to give you the clearest picture of the truth. But that does not mean that we have to prove a single thing. The Commonwealth bears the burden, and the burden never shifts. That's how our system works. That's the beauty of it. That when an innocent person like Mr. Diggs is charged with a crime they didn't commit, what can they do? They can do this. They look the Commonwealth right in the eye and they say, prove it. And that's exactly what Mr. Diggs has done. That's why you are here, ladies and gentlemen. That's what a trial is. Mr. Diggs has chosen to place his fate in your hands. You, ladies and gentlemen, are the most important part of our system. I thank you, and Mr. Diggs thanks you for being here and for your service.
He nodded.
You are the only people who can and who must hold the government to its burden. And the way you do that, it's not fancy. It's by using your common sense, your life experience, tools you use every day of your life to weigh credibility and to make decisions. And our system depends on that. You are the judges of credibility. And so I ask that you listen carefully, that you keep your full attention while you're here, and that you remember that the simplest answer that accounts for all the facts is the true answer. One of the worst things that a person can go through is to be charged with a crime that they didn't commit, especially in a situation like this one, where the charge hinges entirely on the word of a single person, and that person has millions of reasons to lie. So let's have a trial. And at the end of it, at the end of all the evidence, after you have heard it, I'm going to have the opportunity to come back and discuss the evidence as well. And at that time, I'm going to ask you to deliver what I expect will be the only true and just verdict in this case. And I can tell you right now that that will be to find Stefon Diggs not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
All right, poll in the chat. Press 1, 2, or 3
Around the
in the
Commonwealth
chat
call
to
Jamila
vote.
Adams to the stand.
Oh, she's the first witness. Let's go. First on the stand, which makes sense. So poll is now on the screen. Based on openings, it seems like the available facts: 1 are bad for Diggs, 2 are good for Diggs, 3 neither. 3 is your neutral choice.
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
May I inquire?
You may.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Jamila, Jamila, Adams, Adams.
And do you normally go by Jamila or
I go by Mila.
Mila? Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I am a professional chef. I have been working in the industry for 13 years.
So you're a professional chef. Do you work in kitchens and?
I work privately for athletes, prominent figures, and wealthy families.
So you're a private. Is there a difference between a private chef and personal chef? Are those the same things, or?
It's pretty much the same thing.
And how long do you say you've been a private chef?
13 years.
13 years. And what sort of training did you take to become a chef?
I went to school for clinical psychology, so I have a degree in psychology. But I followed my passion in cooking because I grew up in South and we cook. So I did some training in France and also Italy.
And kind of very generally, what does a private chef do?
We provide daily meals for our clients. So that would be breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks. It's typically a live-in situation. So readily available to them, kind of like 24 hours a day. So I would say it's based on client's needs. So
And
each client would, whatever your health goals were or health issues were, I will help you get better.
so you mentioned a little bit about what kind of clientele have you worked for?
Athletes, entertainers,
And without naming names, what kind of athletes or entertainers do you mean?
singers, football players, basketball players, baseball players,
And are these professionals?
very professional.
How much do you make in that job?
It ranges, depending on the needs they need from me. If it's a full-time live-in, it can range from anywhere $5,300 a week to $10,000.
Turning your
I can
attention
cook.
now to a Mr. Stefon Diggs. Do you know Mr. Stefon Diggs?
Yes,
And how do you know him?
I've known Stefon Diggs for over 4.5 years.
And how'd you meet him?
We met in December 22 through an Instagram message.
Oh,
He first wanted me to cook for him.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And could you identify him through? I see you're pointing at someone, but can you describe him just because we have to have everything on the record? You describe him either by clothing he's wearing or hairstyle, anything like that?
Blue shirt and blue tie and blue suit.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant as Mr. Stefon Diggs?
It will reflect that identification of the defendant.
Thank you. Over those 4 or so years, how would you characterize your relationship with Mr. Diggs?
I would say it's complicated.
are we having flashbacks?
We had it started out as friends. We met. It started out as friends, became sexual, and we would meet up, hang out, and we decided I would come work for him like February of 2025.
So you said February 2025, you and he talked about you working for him,
Yes,
and that's as a private chef?
yes.
What were the sort of terms of your employment? Like were you going to be living with him?
Yes.
And how many meals or what was it like working for him?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, it is. So as far as your employment goes, what were your duties working as a Mr. Diggs private chef?
My duties were to make all his meals, his snacks, basically get him healthy. That was the start of our initially hiring me. He was coming back. It was his comeback year. and I wanted to help him get healthy, to eat better, to
So how does
She
do
crying?
you create a menu? Does he just tell you what he wants? Do you?
I'm skilled with recovery, so I knew what it would take to get him, help him get healthy and stay healthy, to help him change his diet. So it was more so like diet change would be the focus, and just overall help.
And did you would you cook just for him or for other people as well?
Yes, I will cook for whoever was in the house.
And I know you mentioned earlier your breakfast. Is that the sort of standard? Was it every day breakfast, lunch, dinner, and then?
Yes, breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks.
And how much did you get paid for this?
We agreed on $2,000 a week.
And how did you get paid?
Finance office would pay me.
So you said that you, while this was staying in his house, right?
Yes.
Where was this house?
7 Schoolmasters Lane,
In what town?
Dedham.
And could you describe this house? What was it? It was a single family home.
You mean about
What was it? Was it an apartment? Was it?
it? Oh, it was a single family home's house.
And how many floors was it?
Basement, middle floor, a landing, and then top floor. So
Um,
3 floors.
and so, where was the kitchen?
The kitchen was downstairs on the floor you come into the house on. So the first floor, I call it.
And that's where you did your chefing, cooking, baking. I don't know.
Yes, where I did my cooking.
Yes.
Yes,
And where did you stay in that house?
I stayed on the top floor.
And where was it in the house?
It was up the landing all the way to the back, and it was over the kitchen.
And was this a single bedroom that you had? Was it a suite? What was it?
A single bedroom with a full bathroom.
With a full bathroom. Was the bathroom off of the bedroom?
It's the bedroom, and then you walk back into the bathroom.
So
It was in my room.
Okay, so the entrance to the bathroom wasn't in the hallway. It was in the bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. And where was Mr. Diggs? Or where was his bedroom?
Up the first landing.
Okay, so you said that there was the floor you come in on, a landing, and then
Mr. Diggs' room.
Mr. Diggs was on the landing?
Yes.
Okay. How long were you there in that house?
From July 2025, July 20th, 21st, I can't remember the exact date right now, to December the 15th.
And during that time, who was at the house with you?
Mr. Diggs, his friends.
Did he have other staff that lived there, or was it just?
No, I was just living there. He had friends that basically lived there.
Okay. And while you were living there, was it a kind of regular schedule or thing? How did that work?
Yes, he gets a different schedule by the week, but it will change by the day sometimes. Sometimes he will have to go in later or earlier. So I will often ask at night what time you have to be at work, so I can have breakfast prepared for him to take to work.
Turning your attention now to November. Around November, did any sort of friction occur between members of his staff?
Yes.
And what was that?
I would friction. Say that again.
Did
Friction
it-
to his friction.
was there any sort of maybe I should say this. What, if anything, happened near the end of November?
Yes. A Instagram DM message was sent to his child's mother's friend, and this message was stating that I was telling his personal business of women that he was sleeping with that worked with us, that worked with me, and yeah.
And so-
as far as I can remember what that message said.
And
so
how did this create friction within the people working for Mr. Diggs?
I was confronted by Mr. Diggs if I said these things. But it had already been Mr. Diggs had a ongoing sexual relationship with Lindsey Bolin, and this person,
whole
she
name.
didn't like me, that fact that I was in the house.
So you mentioned Lindsey Bolton. Who's that person?
Lindsey Bolin, it works for Mr. Diggs.
And how? Like, what does she do?
I can't quite answer that. I just know he provides housing, pays
she-
her
she's
rent.
someone who
I don't
works
know.
for him.
Yeah, she works for him.
And so you and Lindsey get into any sort of argument, or you mean, or?
We didn't get in. We got in an argument after Mr. Diggs confronted me. She sent me a message first, per his instruction, and called me a name. Excuse my language, guys. A bitch, and she just went on and on and on in this message about me.
Objection, Your Honor. May we heard at sidebar?
Yes.
Oh. They're approaching for a sidebar. We got the beeps and the white noise machine. So she says Lindsey's whole name, Lindsey Bolin, who works and might have a complicated relationship of her own with Stefon Diggs. I guess we'll maybe find out. But the claim here is that some person messages Stefon Diggs' baby mom's friend saying, hey, this woman, Jamila Adams, who lives with Diggs as a private chef, is telling people all of his private business and your private business. And it turns into this confrontation that she thinks is at Stefon Diggs' direction. Go press Jamila Adams. And Lindsey, she claims that Lindsey messages her first. And Lindsey is upset that, according to Jamila Adams, that she lives in the house with Diggs. It's a lot. This is a lot. Let's put a sidebar counter.
At some point, were members of Mr. Diggs' staff going to go down to a trip to Miami?
That wasn't supposed. They had to move on.
The whole staff was supposed to go. Yes.
And you said the whole staff.
I wasn't finished on that last question.
That's fine, but I'm asking questions now. So at some point, members of his staff were supposed to go down to Miami, right?
Yes.
When you said the whole staff, how many people was this?
His assistant, myself, and his friends. It was him.
And did you end up going down to Miami?
No.
And why is that?
Mr. Diggs told me that I couldn't go because me and her had an issue from November 26th issue.
Your Honor, may we proceed with some questions?
All right, they're going back to sidebar. So, whatever they objected to, the defense had the prosecutor move on. She said, I wasn't finished. She said I was not finished with the last question. Oh my goodness. What are we thinking, chat? If you had to describe this in one word right now.
All right, jurors, at this point, we are approaching the lunch recess, so I am going to release you to the lunch break. We will resume in about an hour, just about 5:02. I want to remind you that you are not to discuss this case with anyone, not on social media, not even amongst yourselves, no family friends, nothing about this case is to be discussed while this matter is still pending. Instructed earlier in the morning about that. I want to remind you as well. And you should have your lunch waiting for you. All right?
All right, jurors can step down this way, please.
All right, so we might be able to hear some arguments. It seems like they're going to discuss something. we'll see if they do it now or take lunch first and then what. And we're going to fill some of the lunch break time by looking at the December 29th police complaint that was filed. Remember, this incident is alleged to have taken place on December 2nd. Police report is filed December 29th.
Terms have exited.
Counsel, are there any issues that we need
Maybe
to
seated.
address before I discharge the, or is everything all set? Anything that's come up from this morning? You had mentioned that you had certain exhibits that you had agreed were going to be pre-marked. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Have those been provided to Mr. Clerk? So perhaps we could just make sure that's all in order so that when you resume, if
Yes.
you're going to be referring to them, that the record is clear. All right, thank you. With that, we'll resume in about an hour.
All right, so they're going to go
What?
break.
All right.
Oh, that guy's projection. All
Court
right, so
stands in a luncheon recess.
we're going to look at the police complaint for lunch. Lower this down. Oops, talking.
Each of these is 1, 2, 3, or 1A, 1, you know.
Bring up like that to her face.
Was it fuzzy?
I'll bring it right out, John.
That's A, so I'm gonna do numbers because that's the exhibit A will be
1 and then
exhibit 1, B will be exhibit 2, C will be 3.
They're just numbering exhibits.
Come back one for your little,
This is too big.
yeah.
I'm so nosy.
The small one. I got another one in the box.
Yeah, bring up the small one.
So that's gonna be.
Night, night. Hold on.
Correct, yeah. so-
Lunchies.
so-
Lunchies.
so that's- Okay. Yeah. And so there's nothing that drive that they shouldn't see. So everything in there is agreed upon.
Okay, so they're muting us here, finally. We were listening, we were doing some eavesdropping there, you know. So we'll mute that. Let me pull up some text messages in the police complaint. Yeah, so this is kind of a lot. So far, the most significant thing I see the prosecutor establishing, again, it's ADA Drew Virtue. The most significant thing that I can see as an angle is this description of, Stefon Diggs, he makes good money, his house is probably huge, and she goes through a description of how her room, the bedroom that she stayed in while living at his house for her work as a private chef / complicated friends with benefits. You guys described the job title. It's like all the way on the top floor and it's in the back. And to me, that's going to be a way that the prosecution can maintain and make it plausible that this incident maybe actually happened, even though there were all these people in the house. We heard from opening statements from the defense that there were 6 people present when this was supposed to have happened. And maybe because it's so far away, nobody heard it, right? That's like the biggest detail I'm taking from the prosecution strategy there. Do I think it's very compelling? Personally, no. But it's just a little seed that was shown. Other than that, what do you guys think about the approach? The prosecutor clearly has to move on from the subject matter where we're talking about the substance of these messages that Adams claims to have received. And I think there's probably a foundation issue because if it was just, somebody else is saying something about Stefon Diggs, that might be the exception because he's the defendant in this case. He's the party about which these things were being said. But I think there's foundation issues with who these messages were even from. So, and I don't really know more, but maybe we'll get to hear more on that later. But they come back. The attorney tries to move on to these questions about the Miami trip and why Mila doesn't go on this Miami trip. And she's like, I wasn't done with my previous question. Like, she wanted to keep going. And Adventure Aaron in the chat mentioned, you know, it kind of, if you want to keep telling these things, even after the prosecutor is moving on to another subject, kind of seems consistent with somebody that might be spilling a bunch of private business to other people. So kind of like it checks out. So a lot of people saying this is already a hot mess. They've been there for about 20 minutes. They've been in court all day. They did jury selection this morning. But the judge said that they typically do take their lunch break from 1 to 2. So right now, this is Eastern time. It's 1 o'clock. But they've been there all day. It's not like they just started court and left already. Brittany, good to see you, says he's going to get into everything on cross, and it's going to be a winner. This is who the entire case revolves around. Yeah, I think we're going to have an officer witness, right? But this is pretty much it. And the officer, if the officer wasn't supplied with any pictures except for these screenshots of text that the defense is showing that these are curated. It's reminding me of the A$AP Rocky trial where Relly like deleted his conversation history and then started with like a specific text message that sounded kind of innocuous but left out all the previous context. Right? It's like, doesn't really look good when you delete and leave things out that go to the context. So, excited to see where that goes. Also, for anyone that's new here, you know, I love to cover trials, love to do live trial watches. I love to do docket readings. With this one, since I didn't know that there would be a court feed, I didn't really do a trial prep stream. So that's why during this lunch, we're going to work a little backwards and look at the police report and some text messages, because I wasn't even sure we'd be able to go live for this trial. Usually we would do that before we started. But hope you like it here. Hope you like the chat. It's the best part about this channel. And thanks for finding us. Again, want to give a big welcome to Steph JK. It's not every day that she pops in, but it's always fun to have her. Miss AB, also long time. It's been a while. So good to have you back. Comes in here saying hi, Kat and chat. Long time, and hopes everyone is well. I'm sure we all wish the same for you. Miss you a lot. And you know what's funny, when we see faces that I remember, you know, first meeting through something like the YSL trial. There are people that are doing their first run, watching the entire YSL trial right now. And I'll get a comment notification from YouTube that somebody is reacting to the things that you guys were saying in chat and was pulled up on the screen 2 years ago. So the chat is a incredibly important part of what we do here on this channel. And always love that I can do this with you guys. Miss AB, thanks for the 2 again, says early guess, not guilty. No one likes liars. And I'm open to hearing what she says, but I mean, I don't necessarily think it's the end-all be-all that someone that resides somewhere for work as part of their job is still there after something happens. You know, that's your living situation. Like maybe that's where you need to rest your head. But I do think it's weird that we go and file a police report and then start asking for money. Like, that doesn't even seem smart. Because if you've already filed something, is money going to make it go away, even if somebody wanted to play that game? It's a little bit different than what Relly did with A$AP Rocky, where Relly was supposedly messaging Rocky's manager like, 30 million and I'll disappear on an island. Like, but it was before he went to a New York police station with the casings he says that he recovered from the street. Right? But that would mean that there was some opportunity if A$AP Rocky wanted to play ball, could pay the money to make something go away. To me, it doesn't make sense that you would work in that order and go make the complaint unless maybe you were trying to pursue civil litigation. So there's not much to keep under the rug when you've already made a criminal complaint against a person whose name carries a lot of weight, is very newsworthy. So also, Deborah, thank you for the 2 here. Thank you for hanging out with us. Always love. You're so nice to everyone in the chat. So I always love having you here. It's an honor that you hang out with us. And we've got Sheriff Chuck here gifting 5. So make sure let's show some love in the chat for Chuck. I saw the emojis flying. But we're going to say that Chuck is sponsoring our rewind reading here, our lunch break. Let's pull up this report. Let's see what was filed on December 29th. And remember, this all happened on December 2nd, allegedly. Should I put up the allegedly banner? All right. So here we go. This is also linked in the description if you want to revisit this later or pull it up on your own screen because it is kind of wonky to look at. But this was all the way back in December of 2025, the day after this was filed. Joseph Pasteris had posted this. So he's saying a somewhat higher quality copy of the incident report and forms filled out against Patriots wide receiver Stefon Diggs obtained through the Dedham District Court. So let's make these images bigger and see what we can see if we can see them well. All right. So what do we have? This is just, you got the incident number here. Again, we know that this is in Dedham, Massachusetts, so it's the Dedham Police Department. And here, for arraignment, this is what they were dealing with when he was arraigned. So it's code 265-15D-A, strangulation or suffocation. On December 2nd, 2025, and they're saying here again, Stefon Diggs, the defendant, did strangle or suffocate as defined in code 265, section 15D-A. Jamila Adams in violation of subsection 15D-B. Penalty, House of Correction not more than 2.5 years, state prison not more than 5 years, or fine not more than $5,000, or both such fine and imprisonment for any violation of the section, or as a condition of a continuance without finding. The court shall order the defendant to complete a certified batterer's intervention program. And that's just like the category of what these programs are called. Let's see. I lost my place. Okay. Intervention program, unless upon good cause shown, the court issues specific written findings describing the reasons that batterer's intervention should not be ordered, or unless the batterer's intervention program determines that the defendant is not suitable for intervention. The court shall impose a $50 domestic violence prevention and victim assistance assessment, which shall be deposited in the Domestic and Sexual Violence Prevention and Victim Assistance Fund. So if you guys have ever heard that there are funds that help victims, like let's say somebody gets jumped, like they're waiting for a bus, they get jumped and their clothing is damaged. You know, the Victims Assistance Fund can help cover costs for lost, clothing items that got damaged. And also, like, if you have to go to, like, the ER or urgent care and get a splint on your finger, they can help you with stuff like that. And usually these programs, if you don't immediately go to the police, sometimes the social workers at a hospital can get you connected with the right people. So sometimes the fines that individuals are ordered to pay when there is a conviction for something like this go to fund those pools of funding. The second, we have assault. They say he did assault and beat Jamila Adams in violation of 265 section 13A subsection A. And then the penalty for that, House of Correction not more than 2.5 years or not more than $1,000 fine. So that's a little bit of what's on the line here. The next is just documenting, the offense date. We don't need to look at that. Let's see. Okay, and here's the narrative. So this is the juicy part, right? This is all the details. And we'll start from the top. So on December 16th, 2025, while assigned to the front desk, Adams, Mila, entered the station to report a past incident. Adams appeared emotional and was initially hesitant to give a statement. She asked for a female officer. I checked the scheduling sheets and saw that we did not have a female officer on until 4 p.m. I let Adams know this and told her that I'd give her a few minutes to think about things and that I understood if she was uncomfortable speaking to me. After a few minutes, she said that she would give the report to me. I brought her into the interview room off of the lobby, and we began to speak. After taking down her information, I asked her to tell me in her own words what happened. She was hesitant to reveal a suspect initially, but I told her that I could take a statement and we could talk about that later. She went on to say that on December 2nd, 2025, she was working as a private chef at 7 Schoolmaster Lane in Dedham. She said that on this date, the male that she worked for entered her unlocked bedroom. They'd been having an ongoing text exchange over money owed to Adams. She said that they began to discuss this, which apparently angered the male. She alleges that the male then smacked her across the face. She said she tried to push him away. The male then tried to choke her using the crook of his elbow around her neck. She said that he was behind her with his arm wrapped around her. She said that she did feel like she had trouble breathing. And the way this is written makes it seem like while she's telling this story, oh, he put his arm around me and whatever. The question from the officer taking this statement and writing this report was probably like, do you feel like you couldn't breathe? Right? It sounds like she's responding to a question. So she says that she did feel like she had trouble breathing and that she felt like she could have blacked out. She said that as she tried to pry his arm away, he tightened his grip. At that point, the male threw her onto the bed. He said something to the effect of, "Thought so." And then she told him that she still hasn't been paid. At that point, the male said, "Lies," and walked out of the room. She explained to me that he needs to sign off on payments in order for her to be paid, which is why she confronted him directly. Oh, the defense has gotten ahead of this. Right? The defense has painted the picture that his finance team handles all of this. And her testimony kind of matches that. Right? Have we heard her say that she gets paid after he signs off on something yet? But it's what's documented in this report from whatever this statement, whatever was being said on December 16th. So she explained to me that he needs to sign off on payments in order for her to be paid, which is why she confronted him directly. I asked her if she had documented any injuries when this occurred. She said that she had some redness on her upper chest area, but did not take photos. At this point in the conversation, Adams revealed that the male's name was Diggs, Stefon. Diggs currently plays for the New England Patriots of the NFL. Due to his fame, she was very hesitant to come forward with this. I inquired about the details of her employment so I could understand their relationship. She said that she began as the private chef on or around July 20th, 2025, and that her employment was supposed to go through the end of the NFL football season. She said that she's normally paid by wire transfer, and the initial agreement was for weekly pay. She said that since she's been working there, she's been getting paid monthly instead. As of now, she said that she still believes she's owed a month's pay. In early November, she was told by Diggs that her employment was not needed for the week of... Let me get to the next picture. Okay. For the week of November 7th through November 14th. This meant she would also have to vacate her room for a week because he was having house guests. He told her to go home and she said he did not provide any financial assistance for a flight to, and it's crossed out. That is where she was going to stay with a friend. I wonder if this is a mistake and this is supposed to be December. But I don't know, maybe there's something else. Because that kind of fits the time for, well, she came back on the 9th from the December trip to New York. So I think this is separate. So this meant she would also have to vacate her room for a week because he was having house guests. He told her to go home and she said he did not provide any financial assistance for a flight to whatever. That is where she was going to stay with a friend. She said that since she did not ask to be sent home for a week, she should still be paid her salary. She said that is standard in this type of work arrangement unless the employee asks for the time off. After the alleged assault on December 2nd, Adams left her position and left the residence to stay with a friend in... I wonder if that's like short for NY. It's like really tiny. She said that on December 9th, she returned to the house to get her property. At that point, she texted with Diggs, who told her to take up the monetary sum with his assistant. She spoke to Melissa from finance, who explained that Diggs had requested a signed non-disclosure agreement from Adams before she could be paid. Adams did not sign any such document. I told Adams that we could proceed with an investigation and file charges, but she said that she did not want any charges filed at this time. I told her that as the victim, an officer would be following up regardless. I also let her know that if her mind changed, we could certainly go ahead with further investigation and charges. So did she want a report? Like, she wanted like an official report to be on the record, at least December 16th. She decided it was a good idea. Let's go get something on paper, right? And is representing to this officer, I don't want to press charges. So I also explained the process to her in regard to obtaining a restraining order. She said that she did not wish to seek one. She said that she just wanted to go home and had no intentions of returning. Adams was also going to email me any screenshots. Oh boy. Any screenshots related to this incident at her convenience. I also sent her the DV risk assessment form and strangulation/suffocation form via email. These were returned to me and added to the incident. The screenshots were sent to me and added to the incident. These came from a different number than initially provided. When I inquired about this discrepancy, Adams identified this as a number where she'd communicated with Diggs in the past. On December 20th, 2025, at around 9:45 a.m., I spoke to Adams over the phone. We discussed how she would like to proceed. As of this date, she still wanted to hold off on any criminal charges being filed. She asked that I reach out to Diggs and ask him not to contact her anymore. She said that earlier in the week, she received a voicemail and text messages from a female that she believed to be Diggs' girlfriend. So would that have been the Cardi B claim? Based on these messages, Adams believed that Diggs somehow knew the police were contacted. The message stated something to the effect of, quote, "You don't need to do all this. It's not that big of a deal." I assured Adams that Diggs had not been contacted yet by any members of the Dedham police. In an attempt to fulfill Adams' request to contact Diggs, at 10:10 a.m. on December 20th, I contacted Diggs at the number provided to me by Adams. The call went straight to voicemail. I identified myself and asked for a call back. On December 22nd, around 1:30 p.m., I attempted to contact Diggs for a second time. It also went straight to voicemail, and I left a second message. I notified Adams that she also sent me an email for a woman that handles Diggs' business interest. If I have not received a call back by December 23rd, I will reach out to her. In the meantime, I received an email and voicemail from Adams, 2:12 p.m. and 2:24 p.m. on December 22nd. The voicemail expressed interest in going ahead with criminal charges. Okay, so there's the shift from between December 16th and the 22nd. We now have the decision where she says, I'm not interested in pressing charges at this time, and then now she is. I called her twice at around 9:25 on 12:23, and the number went to voicemail both times. I left a voicemail after the second call. Whew. Well, that's a lot. All right, and then one more. At approximately 9:45 a.m. on 12:23, I spoke to Adams. She let me know that she changed her mind from a few days ago and wanted me to go ahead with filing criminal charges in this case. I will be applying for a criminal complaint against Diggs based on Adams' statement to me on 12/16/2025. Based on her statement, I will be applying for a criminal complaint from Dedham District Court with the following charges. And then this was submitted on December 29th. So then we've got what else was included. What else was included? Let's see. Oh, this is going to be fun to read. Look at this. Look at this. All right. So, and again, I'm sure we're going to hear more about, where these messages came from, or where it's claimed that they came from. They were curated. I don't know. So it looks like here, if we take them at face value, I'm just going to read or try to read what's on here. It says, "You will paying me out for the season, and the money you said you would give me for my business wasted my fucking time being here because you got a fucking circus going on. I'm out of your life," with an exclamation. So this is purportedly from Adams, from Jamila Adams. In response, purportedly from Stefon Diggs, it reads, "I won't be paying you shit. Fuck I look like paying you and paying another chef. Is you high? Bitch." It's like not spelled with the H. Who the F gotta give you money for you business? I don't gotta do an MF thing. And you can get whoever you want. You got my address. Tell them come take the money, then fuck you talking about. Show me on pussy. And then we have a response here, but I can't read what the date would be. Hi, can you approve my pay with finance, please? I have to pay my... Rate my reading. 1 out of 10. Okay, and then the next available... Wait, that's kind of weird looking. Hold on, did I go to the next correct image? Hold on. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, this is the next one. Okay, I'm going to show you how the tweets are going. So they have like the supplementary offense report, then the screenshots that we just read. The next picture is like a record. I don't know if this is supposed to show like a call history. I can't see any date that indicates. And then the next thing is this, but it looks like it starts out of order, right? Because this is what we already read, but with one new line above it. So there's a line before everything we just read that says, from Diggs, down having a texting, probably done having a texting match. You got it. Cool. Okay. So that was the end of that bit. And then what else do we got? More incident information. So this is just an incident report supplemental. She said, so she's reporting that while this happened, let's see. I asked him to move and stop. Enough move, stop, and he did not stop. Then it says, did the victim injure the suspect? She says she did not injure him. She checked no. Did the victim attempt to physically stop the strangulation? Yes. If yes, describe how. I tried to pry his arm off my neck with defensive moves I saw on social media. Also pushing in back into the wall while I was in the chokehold. Nothing was working. And then, what did the suspect say while strangling/suffocating the victim? What was all that shit you was saying in the text? Bitch, that social media shit not going to work. Who pussy now, bitch? And when telling him to move and stop, he was telling me to shut the fuck up. What was the suspect's demeanor during the strangulation/suffocation? He was extremely angry and upset. What did the victim think was going to happen? I thought I was going to pass out and he would hurt me more. Are there any prior incidents of strangulation? Not from him. Well, that's a gratuitous answer. Not from him. Is the victim pregnant? No. Did EMS evaluate the victim? No. Did the victim seek medical attention? No. Let me get the next one. All right, and then symptoms. So during, she says unable to breathe, difficult to breathe, physical pain, shallow breathing, dizziness, feel faint and disoriented. And then after, difficult to breathe, physical pain, rapid breathing, shallow breathing, nausea, headache, and feeling faint. She said her throat was very sore. She had neck tenderness. It was painful to swallow. And then adds an other saying, my chest and throat was very sore for days after. Breathing felt like something on my chest and was very tender to breathe deep and to touch. Says no loss of consciousness. Says unexplained injury, describe. My top chest in the middle of my breast where his forearm and elbow was choking me was very sore for... And then it cuts off. She says no change or loss of hearing, no change or loss of vision. How did your body head feel during or after strangulation? She said, I urinated on myself some and just finished my monthly cycle and I had blood and urine in my pants. I was dizzy and hot and the 4. And then it doesn't say anything, so I don't know if that's just incomplete. Face was red, flushed, sweating. Under chin, she says redness and soreness. Chest has soreness, redness, and a bruise or bruises. Shoulders, redness and very sore. Neck, redness, tender, says light bruising. And then head, says hair pulled. So this is, again, this is reported by Adams herself, right? And the officer is notating it here. And then there's a diagram where the officer could fill out any injury scene, and it doesn't look like this was utilized. Explain any other injuries or symptoms. I was in shock. I had a bad headache and full body soreness. It has been difficulty for me to sleep. And then there's an officer checklist, and none of this is completed, and this could be because it was 2 weeks later, right? So this happens on December 2nd, but she goes to the police station on the 16th. So none of this is checked about photographs or collecting any clothing or photos of any vomit, anything like that. Okay, next. Has the physical violence increased in severity or frequency over the past year? And we said no. Have you left him or her after living together in the past year? And yes, but there's no extra context. Does he or she control most of your daily activities? No. Has he ever tried to kill you? No. Has he ever threatened to kill you? No. Has he used a weapon against you? No. Has he choked you? Yes. Has he strangled you multiple times? So this says yes, but that kind of conflicts the other answer down here where she said, are there any prior incidents of strangulation? It says not from him. But then that's confusing. But then here we have, has he choked you multiple times? Maybe she's alleging multiple times within that same single altercation. It says yes. Do you believe he is capable of killing you? She declined to answer. Does he own a gun? Yes. Has he or she ever threatened or tried to commit suicide? And that is checked no. So I should do a disclaimer for YouTube. We are reading court filings, case filings, incident reports. Because they have not liked me. YouTube has not liked me recently. All right, and then that was the end of, again, going back to what Joseph Pasteras had tweeted on December 30th of 2025. So that was a lot. That was a lot to unpack. And, you know, not for nothing, regardless of how this case plays out, it's always kind of like a lot to read stuff like that, right? Kind of heavy. Oh, you guys in the chat, you said the bedroom activities don't count. Mrs. K. Griff says no kink shaming. Yeah, and that's another angle. Michael says if she's been strangled before, she knew what to report to the police. But yeah, so I mean, I think I'm a little bit curious to hear more about this pay scenario, right? Because if there was this payroll system, and I need the context, like just plain and simple, I want the context for my own understanding, because right now I feel like I can only speculate. You know, it seems like she's supposed to be paid through the finance department, but she texted him saying, can you sign off and have them pay me? But if that wasn't the process, then this issue stemming from whatever this like November, well, let's get the date range on that. November, which page was that? All right, so November 7th through November 14th, right? It kind of feels like this might be what's causing the issue with pay that she expected or believed she would receive, but she wasn't paid for this week of time. And maybe she did contact the finance department like, hey, my check was shorter than it used to be, or if it was weekly and she didn't work at all, she didn't get a deposit at all for that pay period. Like whatever it was, it seems like maybe she did contact the finance department and they're like, look, as far as we know, you weren't working. We don't have any information that we were supposed to pay you for that amount of time. Like, take it up with him, and maybe that's why these text messages start off. But I don't know. It kind of seems vague right now. Kind of seems a bit vague. Yeah, we are on a break, you guys. So what have we got? We got 30 minutes. We got a 30-minute break here. This court tends to take their lunch breaks. Well, maybe they'll be back soon because they left like 10 minutes early. But they take their lunches around 1 local time. Hour-long breaks. So yeah, and Freeze Frame says paperwork, paperwork, paperwork. Get that in order before you start working and doing business with people, companies, or organizations. Yeah, kind of he has a finance team, it seems like, and it seems like he might have this paperwork, but he slipped up. It seems like there was some informal pay going on around the time frame of February 2026. I mean, 2025. Because she starts to say, like, he's throwing out this idea, like, you could come cook for me, it'll be great, whatever. But then in this police statement and her testimony, it seems like it became more like full-time official private chef work in July of 2025. Right? So there's this also like weird, complicated gap where she starts off not formally employed, but she's getting paid some way or another. Right? So this wasn't the proper hiring process to give somebody, especially somebody who's coming in from a friends with benefits position, to cross your T's and dot your I's and make sure everybody's on the same page about what type of arrangement this is going to be and how the compensation is going to work. All right, so could have avoided a lot maybe by having those ends tightened up. So yeah, 773 Pisces, there's a lot of questions in the chat. Good ones. You guys are thinking. 773 says, did she explain why she allowed him to pay her $2,000 when she said the going rate is $5,300 to like 10 grand? So, friends with benefits. That's my answer. That's the only thing that can come to my mind. Friends with benefits. Friends with benefits. Because I'm not inclined to doubt the high going rate for an athlete's private chef, a live-in private chef that would travel and do all of this. I actually don't think the 5 to 10 grand amount is out there. I don't think it's extreme at all. So, but yeah, as far as why she allowed a lesser rate, and she's experienced as a chef, and I mean, to me, the obvious answer would be a friends with benefits. A very good favor to a friend. So, also, Black Butterfly is like, hey, check my super. Sorry. When I'm reading, I don't see the things come up. Hey, Kat, this is going to get good. Lunchtime check-in. I've been here in the bushes. We love our workers and lurkers in the bushes. Think of a quick emoji, maybe a tea bag because that's her purpose. Should we do like a tea kettle? Tea kettle. Yeah, how could we do an emoji for this? Something that we would use, right, as we're chatting and reacting. I'm nervous a tea bag might not. It'll just look like a rectangle. So maybe a kettle. You guys weigh in the chat on an emoji we could use to react to and discuss this trial. Thank you, Black Butterfly, by the way. Always good to see you. Another familiar name from the YSL trial chat. Let's see. Brooklyn says the freak off chefs. Yeah, an episode of Chopped that I never thought we would see. It's like chefs that have worked for Stefon Diggs competing. It's like Flavor of Love, but with actual like cooking. Well, they did cook on Flavor of Love too, for like one of the episodes. Yeah, the fork and knife in the meantime. Not Diddy with a chef hat. Have you guys ever been in a position where you've worked? Either like coworker can have its own kind of awkwardness, like a friend gets you a job, or a friend asks you to get them a job where you work, or, you know, any type of scenario like that. I feel like it just breeds awkwardness, right? Not everybody is built to work alongside somebody that they're good friends with, even if it's just platonic, right? There can still be, it can be a little extra and awkward. Like if you have a friend that you love well, like they're fun to hang out with, but you know they be calling out of work all the time, and they're like, hey, can you give me a job reference and tell your job to hire me? Would you take that on? Would you do them a favor? And then you add the additional layer like work environment, professional relationship that mixes and mingles with something that is a friends with benefits or becomes sexual in nature, becomes intimate. Yeah. Cam says it never ends well. Like it's a lot. I would avoid it from the start. It says don't rub feet where you're making ends meet. Don't mix business with pleasure. We got some more emojis. Yeah, the teacup. I forgot there was a teacup. It looks kind of strange through StreamYard. It looks better through like the YouTube keyboard. Yeah, they met via DM on Instagram. Did that surprise anybody? It didn't surprise me. It was like a... I don't know how to, like... I wasn't really thinking about it. So it wasn't like a confirmation box getting checked off. But like it just did not surprise me. It was just like, well, there you go. Well, there you go. Yeah, guys, if you're asking, trial is still in session. We're just on the live view logo. And we are all the way forward. I do think they'll be coming back. And in the meantime, we could run her testimony back. It's not like she was on the stand that long. But now that we just read the report, let's see if we notice anything different.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
May I inquire?
You may.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Jamila, Jamila, Adams, Adams.
And do you normally go by Jamila or?
I go by Mila.
Mila, okay. And what do you do for a living?
I am a professional chef. I've been working in the industry for 13 years.
So you're a professional chef. Do you work in kitchens and?
I work privately for athletes, prominent figures, and wealthy families.
So you're a private. Is there a difference between a private chef and personal chef? Are those the same things, or?
It's pretty much the same thing.
And how long did you say you've been a private chef?
13 years.
13 years. And what sort of training did you take to become a chef?
I went to school for clinical psychology, so I have a degree in psychology. But I followed my passion in cooking because I grew up in South and we cook. So I did some training in France and also Italy.
And kind of very generally, what does a private chef do?
We provide daily meals for our clients. So that would be breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks. It's typically a live-in situation, so readily available to them, kind of like 24 hours a day. So I would say it's based on clients' needs. So
And,
each client would, whatever your health goals were or health issues were, I will help you get better.
So you mentioned a little bit of what kind of clientele have you worked for?
Athletes, entertainers,
And without naming names, what kind of athletes or entertainers do you mean?
singers, football players, basketball players, baseball players,
And are these professionals?
very professional.
How much do you make in that job?
It ranges, depending on the needs they need from me. If it's a full-time live-in, it can range from anywhere $5,300 a week to $10,000.
Turning your attention now to a Mr. Stefon Diggs. Do you know Mr. Stefon Diggs?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
I've known Stefon Diggs for over 4.5 years.
And how'd you meet him?
We met in December 22 through an Instagram message. He first wanted me to cook for him.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And could you identify him through, I see you're pointing at someone, but can you describe him just because we have to have everything on the record? Can you describe him either by clothing he's wearing or hairstyle, anything like that?
Blue shirt and blue tie and blue suit.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant as Mr. Stefon Diggs?
It will reflect that identification of the
Thank you. Over those 4 or so years, how would you characterize your relationship with Mr. Diggs?
I would say it's complicated. We had it started out as friends. We met. It started out as friends, became sexual, and we would meet up, hang out, and we decided I would come work for him like February of 2025.
So you said February 2025, you and he talked about you working for him?
Yes.
And that's as a private chef?
Yes.
What were the sort of terms of your employment? Like were you going to be living with him?
Yes.
And how many meals or what was it like working for him?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, yes. So as far as your employment goes, what were your duties working as a Mr. Diggs private chef?
My duties were to make all his meals, his snacks, basically get him healthy. That was the start of our initially hiring me. He was coming back. It was his comeback year, and I wanted to help him get healthy, to eat better too.
So how does it? Do you create a menu? Does he just tell you what he wants? Do you...
I'm skilled with recovery, so I knew what it would take to get him, help him get healthy and stay healthy. Help him change his diet. So it was more so like diet change would be the focus, and just overall health.
And did you would you cook just for him or for other people as well?
Yes, I would cook for whoever was in the house.
And I know you mentioned earlier your breakfast. Is that the sort of standard? Was it every day breakfast, lunch, dinner, and then?
Yes, breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks.
And how much did you get paid for this?
We agreed on $2,000 a week.
And how did you get paid?
Finance office paid me.
So you said that you while this was staying in the house, in his house, right?
Yes.
Where was this house?
7 Schoolmasters Lane,
In what town?
Dedham.
And could you describe this house? What was it? It was a single family home. What was it? Was it an apartment? Was it?
Oh, it was a single family home's house.
And how many floors was it?
Basement, middle floor, a landing, and the top floor. So 3 floors.
And so where was the kitchen?
The kitchen was downstairs on the floor you come into the house. So the first floor.
And that's where you did your chefing, cooking, baking. I don't know.
Yes, where I did my cooking.
Yes.
Yes.
And where did you stay in that house?
I stayed on top floor.
And where was it in the house?
It was up the landing, all the way to the back, and it was over the kitchen.
And was this a single bedroom that you had? Was it a suite? What was it?
A single bedroom with a full bathroom.
With a full bathroom. Was the bathroom off of the bedroom?
It's the bedroom, and then you walk back into the bathroom.
So
It was in my room.
Okay, so the entrance to the bathroom wasn't in the hallway; it was in the bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. And where was Mr. Diggs? Or where was his bedroom?
Up the first landing.
Okay, so you said that there was the floor you come in on, a landing, and then
Mr. Diggs' room.
Mr. Diggs was on the landing?
Yes.
Okay. How long were you there in that house?
From July 2025, July 20th, 21st, I can't remember exactly when, to December the 15th.
And during that time, who was at the house with you?
Mr. Diggs, his friends.
Did he have other staff that lived there, or was it just?
No, I was just living there. He had friends that basically lived there.
Okay. And while you were living there, was it a kind of regular schedule, or how did that work?
Yes, he gets a different schedule by the week, but it would change by the day sometimes. Sometimes he would have to go in later or earlier. So I will often ask at night what time you have to be at work, so I can have breakfast prepared for him to take to work.
Turning your attention now to November. Around November, did any sort of friction occur between members of his staff?
Yes.
And what was that?
Friction. Say that again.
Did
Friction
it-
to his friction.
was there any sort of, maybe I should say this, what if anything happened near the end of November?
Yes. An Instagram DM message was sent to his child's mother's friend, and this message was stating that I was telling his personal business of women that he was sleeping with that worked with us, that worked with me, and yeah.
And so-
as far as I can remember what that message said.
And
so
how did this create friction within the people working for Mr. Diggs?
I was confronted by Mr. Diggs if I said these things. But it had already been Mr. Diggs had a ongoing sexual relationship with Lindsey Bolden, and this person, she didn't like me, that fact that I was in the house.
So you mentioned Lindsey Bolden. Who's that person?
Lindsey Bolden, it works for Mr. Diggs.
And how? What did she do?
I can't quite answer it. I just know he provides housing, pays her
she's
rent.
someone
I don't
who
know.
works for
Yeah, she works for him.
And so, you and Lindsey get into any sort of argument, you mean, or?
We didn't get in. We got in an argument after Mr. Diggs confronted me. She sent me a message first, per his instruction, and called me a name. Excuse my language, guys. A bitch, and she just went on and on and on in this message.
And then they're going to approach.
Objection, Your Honor. Maybe we heard it sidebar.
Yeah. And then they move on.
Members. At some point, were members of Mr. Diggs' staff going to go down to a trip to Miami?
The whole staff was supposed to go there, yes.
And you said the whole staff.
I wasn't finished on that last question.
That's fine, but I'm asking questions now.
Okay.
So at some point, members of his staff were supposed to go down to Miami, right?
Yes.
You said the whole staff. How many people was this?
His assistant, myself, and his friends. That was it.
And did you end up going down to Miami?
No.
And why is that?
Mr. Diggs told me that I couldn't go because me and her had an issue from November 26th issue.
You want me to see this question?
Oh, then they go on lunch, right?
All right, jurors, at
Yeah.
this point, we are approaching the lunch recess, so I am going to release you to the lunch break. We will resume in about an hour.
All right, so that was it. Haven't had much of her testimony quite yet. So that's how quick it was. That was on 1.25 speed, but still short nevertheless. We do have an emoji. I think I came up with a way to do something different than the teacup. And you might have to refresh your YouTube wherever you're watching to see it load up. Well, let's see if it's going. Let's see if we've got it. Okay, why won't it let me in my own YouTube studio to try the emoji? Okay, there we go. There we go. Just tried it out in the chat. You might have to guess what it is based on the colors of the logo. Yeah, we've got the McDonald's sweet tea. So have fun with it. Have fun with it. We got to work a McDonald's into every trial somehow, right? Somehow. And since we have a private chef, I don't know if McDonald's is going to come into play here within the case itself, but we'll get the sweet tea emoji going. No fifth has been pled so far, but we're not really. I mean, this is direct, so this is the prosecutor. So I think the questions are favorable to what she wants to be able to say, even though she couldn't get into the one question. She wants to talk about Lindsey and the messages that some woman was sending her. She wants to talk about that. But other than that, she's not really getting into things that are going to make her look bad. She's able to tell her story her way, except for that one question that she couldn't go back to. Yeah, and I mean, there's no telling what she would try to plead the fifth for until we hear a question that provokes it, right? And maybe there won't be any asking of a question that would provoke it. It was just a concern that the attorney seemed to think was very likely at the beginning of the day. So. So I don't know if we have any motions in limine specifically that Mila can't say certain things, but the parties aren't supposed to refer to Mila as a victim. Right? So the defense has asked for an instruction or for a motion in limine to exclude the parties from calling Jamila a victim, because that's a factual determination for the jury to make. Some judges, depending on the facts, the context of a case, allow someone to be called a victim. Even defense attorneys, they might not object to it if it's hey, some guy was murdered, but our client didn't do it. Looks like they're coming back. So we agree that there is a victim in this case. Something happened. We're just saying it wasn't our client that did the thing. So in that case, the defense isn't going to really oppose to the victim being referred to as such. But here, when you're saying the incident didn't happen at all, which is the defense's position, if there's no incident, then there's no victim. So calling someone a victim could be an unfair factual determination that's supposed to be in the purview of the jury to make. Someone says, I think Sunny was the assistant. So Sunny is short. It's Janelle was her name. Also goes by Sunny, and she's expected to testify. She's an assistant that was working on the art show, which seems to me like it might be related to Miami's Art Basel weekend, because that was in December as well, where Stefon Diggs was going to be at an art gallery doing a showing for a furniture line. So he could have more than one assistant.
So later. Send you over the card at 3 o'clock so that you help everybody.
Who's that happy in the court to have 11 exhibits?
Right.
Bring up you get a card. Most of them need this.
Okay.
But the card they give you.
Okay.
What was asking for 25.
10. Anyone that has this by this
Yeah,
card.
within 3:15ish. So that way we can just break it up and not do everything at once.
Hey, we have a raid from Mo in the deep end. I think we're in the deep end today, too.
Just give them the card and give them the reader.
I think the read just faster.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
Instead of just sitting there for an hour.
Yeah. We'll do.
So once
They got a bunch of video exhibits.
Give you a card, you run out and do that. Justify you being here.
Yeah, I need just.
No, you're doing audio. You're doing great audio work, by the way. I've never heard any more crisp audio than what you're doing right now. I gotta take a shot. Tell Linda. I gotta tell Spence and Linda.
Yeah. All you tell them about, yeah, they're doing a great job. I need all the kudos I can get from it. Go again. Well, not really. I'll take it. Oh.
From the early morning, 5 and 6,
Okay.
Oh, we're not on the clock. Oh, we're back on the clock. Oh.
Okay. Gotcha. This does. Okay.
A lot of work for labeling 11 exhibits.
Which one? The other left? These are mine.
The other left?
These are mine.
I believe that's as close.
Now they mute us. After all of that chat, they finally mute the microphones. Perfect. KLB just caught up with us. Perfect timing. Let's see. I don't know how late this court typically goes. But I feel like if they only have a few exhibits they plan to show, I mean, unless these videos are super long, I feel like we'll get to cross in no time. Yeah, that guy Nick says it's kind of crazy that there isn't a standard way to mic courtrooms at this point. Somebody could make a killing, like just going in and doing all the AV for courts. Well, Anne is an awesome listener. Anne says she thinks the judge said 4:30. So. And that would mean we've got about 2.5 hours if that's the case. Mark, it might be a short trial like that. The judge did say something to the effect of, if we don't conclude today, we'll be back again tomorrow. So, I don't know, maybe the judge expects us to be exceptionally short too. And if you think about it, the prosecutor's opening was 5 minutes, right? Well, let me look at my timestamps. So we have at 5:25 into this stream, court resumed at 14:45. We had opening statements start for the Commonwealth. And then 5 minutes and 10 seconds later, I made a note that the defense arguments were starting. So 5 minutes for the Commonwealth's opening, which I appreciate. I like a nice, concise little, don't make it longer than it needs to be for no reason argument. And I only just clicked that the defense attorney and the Commonwealth attorney are both named Andrew. Because you have Andrew or Drew Virtue for the Commonwealth, and then Andrew Kettlewell. Oh, he's got a T thing in his name, because his name is Kettlewell. Okay, and the judge said around 3 to 4 days. Thank you. Thank you, chat. Day and a half in openings. And then it seems like the defense does have a witness list, but it seems like they're leaning into committing to one witness, Sonny or Janelle Salas. So they might have other witnesses that maybe they'd decide to call, but it seems like they're not all that committed. Yes. The brothers across the aisle, Drew and Drew. For prison time, and I mean, as a first offense, I don't think we'd get to the maximum available ranges, but if he gets convicted and then sentenced to the maximum and the sentences are concurrent, I guess it could be. I think he faces up to 5 years because I don't think that that can be run concurrent, but maybe it can. If he gets sentenced to the max on the strangulation, the max there, state prison not more than 5 years. So again, the max. And for the assault and battery, House of Correction not more than 2.5 years. Those are the max on each of the counts. And without a history, I think it would be unusual, even with the conviction, to see sentencing to the max here. That's a good point too. Nancy knew one too, said maybe they picked a jury faster than they thought, because it is high profile, right? And then it's like a sports team, and some people get really passionate about their sports. It's the type of thing where we're joking around in the chat, but well, maybe there are people that with no other issues, right? If this wasn't an NFL player, they could be fair, they could be impartial. But I feel like it's possible that somebody in a jury pool might not be able to sit on trial for someone that played for a team that they love or don't love or hate, you know?
Court, all rise.
Alrighty. Here we go, chat. We are left off. We had the one objection up at the sidebar that seems sustained.
Court is back in session. May be seated.
Nested hearsay.
Wait for the jurors, thank you.
Okay.
Back on the ceiling. Yeah, all rise, chat.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
See.
May be seated.
All right, Ms. Adams, before we proceed, I'm going to ask you to do your best as you testify to keep your voice up. All right, we need to make sure that the person in the last row of the courtroom can hear you. All right?
Yes.
Thank you. Commonwealth, go ahead.
Thank you, Honor.
That's Mom.
Ms. Adams, can I now turn your attention towards the date of December 2nd?
Yes.
Were you still employed by Mr. Diggs at this time?
Yes.
And where were you on December 2nd?
I was in the house. 7 schoolmasters.
Gotcha. And that day, what were you doing that day?
I woke up in the morning, prepared breakfast. Mr. Diggs came downstairs. He asked me what was I doing for the week. And I asked him, oh, so you weren't going to tell me that I wasn't able to come to Art Basel? And he explained why, and it was because of the situation with me and the other coworker, Lindsey Bolin. And I was upset with him, not upset at the fact I couldn't go to Art Basel. Me and him have a relationship for over 4.5 years. He could have told me weeks ahead of time because me and his girlfriend, Cardi B, we were talking about having like outfits and stuff. It was like a whole thing being planned, and he just waited till the last day. So I was more upset with him not letting me know I wasn't gonna come like at an earlier time.
And at some point during this day, were you alone in your bedroom?
Yes,
And do you know around when this was?
it was in the like around 3 afternoon, 3-ish.
When you're in your bedroom by yourself, what, if anything, were you doing?
I was sitting on the bed, laying across the bed. I had my laptop, reading a cookbook actually.
And were you communicating with any people at this point?
I received a text from Anna, was one of his friends.
Did you receive any text or send any text to Mr. Diggs?
No, the morning text that was in the morning. We had went back and forth.
So you had some previous texts in the morning.
Yes.
So you're in the bedroom. What happens next?
I was in the bedroom. Mr. Diggs came into my room. I was laying across the bed. He came into my room.
When you were in the bedroom, was the door closed?
Yes, the door was closed.
So when he came in, did he open the door?
Yes, he opened the door.
Did he leave it open after him?
No, he closed the door behind him.
And you said you were on the bed?
Yes, I was laying across the bed.
About how far away were you from the door?
About 4 or 5 feet, something like that.
So he comes in, closes the door behind him. What happens next?
He asked me to come here. He walked across the room and like leaned back on the dresser.
Okay, and just to give a kind of a sense, where's the dresser in the room in relation to like the door and?
Across the room, alongside the bathroom door.
Okay, so about how far away from the front door is the dresser?
What, 8 feet? I don't know them. A nice amount of feet.
Okay, so some amount of distance from it. You said he leans against the dresser?
Yes,
Are you still on the bed at this point?
I'm still in bed at this point.
What happens?
He comes in, he looks very angry. He was upset from the text exchange we were having. And in that text exchange, he was calling me bitches, and he was just very upset.
But what happened in that room?
He came in and he with intent to hurt me.
No. What? Not his intent or anything. What actually happened?
He was leaning against the dresser. He asked me to get up to come here. I got up off the bed and I came across to him and I stood in front of him, like I stood on the side of him because he was leaning back. I stood on the side of him and he was like, "What was all that shit you was talking?"
And then what happened?
And I was beginning to say, "You said," and I couldn't finish my statement and he smacked me.
So when you say he smacked you,
He smacked me with an open hand.
do you know which hand he used?
Right hand, right side of my face.
Do you know which part of your face got hit?
The right side of my face.
And I know you're putting your hand against your cheek. Is it your cheek that got
It was
struck?
my cheek that got hit.
About how far away from you were you from him when that happened?
I was at the end of the dresser.
And where was he?
He was in the, like in front of me on the other side of the dresser.
So about how much space was in between you?
Maybe 3 feet, 4 feet.
So you said that he I want to use the word. Did you say smack or slap? I don't know what the word was.
Smack.
So he smacked you,
Yeah.
and then what happened?
I went to try to like block him, like push him like this, like stop.
So again, I see you're pushing your hands out.
I pushed up. He's way taller than me. I pushed up for him
How
to
tall are you?
4'11", 5 feet.
And how tall is he? Do you know?
6 feet, 6'1".
So you said you pushed out and you made a motion with your hands. So does that mean you pushed with your hands
Yes,
around what, like his stomach, his chest, his shoulders?
up to block his hands.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then he Can I have a second? Can I have a second?
Yes, you can.
right? When I went up to push his hand, like block him, like block him, he took his arm and he like came around my neck with the grip of his elbow around my neck, and he began to choke me, pressure on my neck with his elbow.
So you said you pushed against him and then he put his arm around your neck?
Yes,
Do you know, were you facing away from him?
I was facing him.
You were facing him, he put his arm around your neck?
Yes, he like spun me around.
He spun you around?
You know, like he, I don't have to show you more so than I can describe it.
Describe it as best you can.
I was standing in front of him. When he slapped me, I went to like try to hit him back like this. And then it was like he tackled me, like got me to try to keep from pushing him or protecting myself. And he put his arm around my neck like this, and he was choking me.
So you ended up in a position where his like forearm or bicep was around your neck.
Yes.
And you said he choked you. What exactly, did he put pressure on your neck?
Yes, he put pressure on me.
And were you able to breathe?
At first, and it kept getting tighter, tighter.
So were you able to breathe?
No,
About how long were you in this position?
I would say roughly I can't recall the amount of time. I just know it went from the edge where we were in front of the dresser to the side of the bed to him falling on top of me on the bed.
So about how far of a distance is that?
About maybe 4 or 5 feet, something like that, 5, 6 feet.
At some point, did he let you go?
Yeah, he let me go. When we got to the side of the bed, I was pushing back. I started to do a move that I saw off of social media. He said to me, that shit is not going to work.
So you say you tried to do
There
a
was
move.
a defensive move where you try to put your hands underneath the person that's trying to choke you. It's like something I saw on a women defensive page or something. And he said, that shit you see on Instagram is not going to work. And that's when he got tighter. Like, the more I was trying to put his hand, he got tighter.
And then what happened?
And then I was pushing back. And then he, like, fell down on top of me on the bed because I was on the side of the bed. And it was like, he was, like, letting me, like, I guess he was about to let me go. But as he was getting up, he, like, pulled my hair. And he was like, yeah, I thought so.
And then what happened?
He got up off of me, off the bed behind me, and he walked around the bed. I told him I still haven't got paid. He said lies. And he was like, so what are you doing? So what are you doing for the week? And I was like, I'm staying here. He said, I don't want anyone in my house. I don't want anyone here. I was like, okay, so who's going to get my ticket? He said, who always gets your ticket? And that's it. He walked out of the room.
So from the moment he entered the room to the moment he left, about how much time went by?
My last text to Anna was probably like 3:30 something. I text Sunny at 4:11, so it was between that time because I didn't have plans. I didn't have money to go anywhere.
I'm not going to pause much, but her story was that this altercation started after a series of text messages about missing pay. But her testimony here is at the end of this altercation, whatever allegedly happened, he goes, well, what are you doing? I want my house empty. Well, I'm staying here. I'm not leaving. He said, well, nobody's going to be in my house. And then she says, well, how am I going to get my ticket? As if talking about the trip. To me, it doesn't sound like it's a true representation that this fight started over Backpay. It sounds like, and it agrees, her own testimony points to it being a fight over Art Basel, which conflicts with the police report.
To travel, I know.
I know, but just the question was about how long time.
It was just in between that time. I can't say exact, but I know it's before 4:11.
So, is that 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 5 minutes?
He was in the room probably maybe 10 minutes, 15. I'm not sure. I don't remember.
When he left the room, what happened next?
I looked down at my pants. I had peed my pants, and I had just came off my cycle, and I was bleeding really bad again. I guess because I was so scared, I changed my pants, and I cleaned up myself, and I came back in the room, and that's when I text Sonny to get my flight.
And where was that flight to?
Atlanta.
At some point, did you exit your? When you said you went to your bathroom, is that the bathroom that's connected to the bedroom, right?
Yes.
At some point, did you leave out your bedroom again?
I didn't leave out my bedroom till later in the afternoon.
But so at some point later on, you did. Do you know about how long you stayed there?
In my bedroom? A while, because I was trying to figure out what I was going to do.
So at some point though, that later on that day, you exited out of the bedroom.
Yes.
And what did you do next?
When I exited out of the bedroom? While I was in my bedroom, I was packing my clothes to leave. I called another coworker, I would call her, and I just asked her, like, you know, what she was doing, and she was like, I told her I wasn't able to go to Art Basel, and that like I was going home, and she was like, oh, you should come here, and I was like, yeah, you know what, I'll come there.
When she said here, what does that mean?
New York City. So I then proceeded to change my flight to go to New York.
Okay. And when was that flight going to be?
I just know I landed at 10:49. It was a later flight in the
But it's that day?
It's that day, yes.
Did you see Mr. Diggs anytime after that happened that day?
Yes.
And what was that like?
He was getting a massage, and I was leaving out. By the time I saw him, I was handing over birthday gifts that I had got.
So when you said you're handing out birthday gifts, who were you handing out birthday gifts?
To him.
Like give backs?
This is a gift that you had already purchased, or?
Yes, I normally give him a birthday gift every year.
When's his birthday?
November 28th.
Okay, so this was a little bit afterwards?
Yeah.
So at some point, did you leave this house?
Yes.
How did you leave to get to the airport?
A car, an Uber.
Right, and so an Uber came and picked you up and brought you to the airport?
Yes.
You went to New York, was it New York City or New York State?
New York City.
Also New York State, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And who did you meet up in New York City?
I met up with Shai Charles, and she picked me up from the airport, and we went to pick up her friend Tali, and then we went to her ex-husband's house to pick up something or to do something she had to do. We were there, we ordered wings and watched a movie, watched some videos.
And did you tell anyone here about what had happened to you?
No, I didn't tell anyone there because they have their own interpersonal sexual relationship, so I wouldn't have never told her anything like that.
What? With
How long did you
Stefon?
stay in New York?
I stayed in New York Tuesday to Tuesday, so 7 days a week.
And did you come back to Massachusetts?
Yes.
And did you come back to working for Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
At some point, and I know this was a little bit before, maybe a little bit afterwards, but at some point were you talking to Mr. Diggs about money you felt he owed you?
At some point.
It was past wages.
Okay.
Yes.
When did you first bring that up with him?
During the week of Art Basel. I want to say like maybe the 5th or 6th.
Of December?
Yes.
Okay. And so you felt that he owed you some money from wages that weren't paid. Is that what you're saying?
I wasn't paid for the time of the month. Like I had been paid for the weeks that I put in at that time.
And who did you talk to Mr. Diggs directly, or did you talk to his finance people? Who did you talk to about this?
It was a chain of command. Like I would talk to his assistant. But his assistant was under investigation for stealing watches and money. So I don't know if my things.
Sustained, that portion of the answer will be stricken from the record and the jurors will disregard it, give it no consideration to jury before deliberation. Please answer the question asked. Commonwealth, next question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow. Well then.
At some point, did someone from Mr. Diggs bring up a non-disclosure agreement?
Yes, Mr. Diggs likes to abuse people and try to hide his abuse.
That objection is sustained. That portion of the witness's answer will be stricken and the jurors will disregard it during your deliberations. You are to give it no consideration and do not give reason. Next question.
At some point, were you given some information about a non-disclosure agreement by someone who worked for Mr. Diggs?
Yes,
And when was this?
a couple days after the assault.
At some point, did you stop working for Mr. Diggs?
At what?
At some point, did you stop working for Mr. Diggs?
I didn't stop working for Mr. Diggs until my last day in the house. I would say was the 16th. So yeah, some point.
So December 16th, okay. At some point, did you report any of this to the Dedham police?
Yes,
And when was that?
the Tuesday.
Do you know the actual day or just that it was a Tuesday?
I left on the 15th. I left his house on the 15th. I reported on that 16th.
Okay, so... And so did you call the police?
Interesting
Did you go
timing.
there in person? How did that happen?
I went there in person.
And what happened when you got there?
I was begging for my pay with Mr. Diggs, begging for days,
Objection, Your Honor.
and he refused to pay me.
Objection is sustained. That portion of the response will be stricken and jurors will not consider your deliberation. Answer the question asked. Raise the question again.
At some point, you arrived to the Dedham police station.
Yes,
Did you speak to an officer?
yes, I did.
And did you tell the officer about what happened on December 2nd?
I was very hesitant at first because of his fame and power. So yes, but I
Objection,
did.
Your Honor. Move to strike.
The objection is sustained. That comment by the witness will be stricken from the record, and the jurors are to disregard it and not consider it in their deliberation.
At some point, did you tell the officer about what happened on December 2nd?
Yes, I did.
And did at any point you provide to the Dedham police text messages?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness? Approaching of what was previously marked as Exhibit 1, I'm placing something in front of you. If you could take a look at that, and when you're done looking at that, look back up at me. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a text message exchange between me and Mr. Diggs.
And is this the text message exchange that you provided to the Dedham police?
Yes. I deleted messages because making a report to the police in my previous abusive relationship,
Objection,
me.
Your Honor.
No.
I'm telling you what.
Stop. That part of the record, jurors will disregard it. Now, please answer the question that is put to you.
Okay.
And if you don't understand it, you can have it restated for you. Counsel at sidebar.
Oh, they're approaching for this. So we now have 5 strikes from the record. So this is something that, you know what, I'm not even going to claim that the Commonwealth should have prepped their witness. There's a possibility that they prepped the witness. Like, these are things that you, when I answer a question, ask a question, try to answer that question. Don't try to go beyond it unless, you know, I ask you a follow-up. It's possible that she was prepped and is just trying to get her story out there anyway. But this is a lot. This is 5 stricken from the records. Yeah, and talking back to the judge. And to me, this seems like she's upset that she wasn't going on this trip to Miami. And I think that's problematic on one hand because it could go, she's upset about not being, even though she has the professional reason to go along as a chef, if she's not going for the capacity of being his chef, she's also not invited personally, and it was just his weekend and he's got this big thing. It would seem like the relationship might not be as serious as she wanted it to be. But more importantly than that, that's not how she represented it to the police when she reported it to the police. And now she's saying that she deleted contextual texts because of a past abusive relationship.
Exhibit 2. Do you recognize what this is? You can look through it. There's
They just give her the exhibits.
I recognize it, but the messages is cut off.
There's a I believe 3 pages to this. Throw 4 pages rather. If you want to throw through.
Yes.
Do you recognize this? What these is?
Yes.
And what is this?
This was in a text exchange
Between whom?
between me and Mr. Diggs.
And when was this text exchange from?
The morning into the noon on 12/2.
Of December 2nd?
Yes.
Is there a difference between the text messages that you provided to the Dedham police and the text messages that are here?
Yes.
And what is that difference?
I deleted bet and pussy, and I'm ruining that bitch life. Not mistaken. Yeah.
And why did you delete those phrases when you provided those text messages to the Dedham police?
Because when I was abused in my previous relationship, when I would say things,
The objection is sustained.
he would.
The objection is sustained, there's no question there. Again, the jurors will disregard it. Sidebar.
Again. I mean, she's probably trying to say that she deleted the message because previously someone would go through her phone to see if she was talking and the abuse would start back up again. And I'm sympathetic to that. But if you're no longer in the house at all, how does that excuse work here? And why is it that the messages you deleted would have been ones about a Miami trip that give context beyond it just being a Backpay issue? So I'm not sure I believe the applicability of that justification, and it's stricken from the record anyway. The jury's not supposed to consider it. Yeah, the beep sound. And the whole gift thing is kind of a lot. It's like you call an Uber, make a show of leaving because you've realized he's not going to take you to Miami. So you plan to go to New York City as if you're the one making the decision to leave, and then give him a gift on the way out. That to me seems like, see if you'll ask me to stay, and say, no, never mind, wait, come to Miami.
All rise. Jurors can step down this way, please.
Oh! They're letting the jury out. Oh boy.
Jurors have exited. This court stands at a recess. Please wait in the hallway. Thank you.
Court stands in recess. I mean, maybe this is just the afternoon recess right after a lunch break 30 minutes ago. So they're not even going to do some arguments. Okay, I wonder if they're going to talk to or have the attorney for Adams. So Jamila Adams has an attorney. She has counsel with her in the courtroom. So maybe they're taking this recess to have the attorney be like, just like answer the questions. So that could be one reason for a recess here. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, calling a thing. So, and this is how I feel. I'm pro transparency unless there's something that really warrants it. You know, I understand why cases involving minor children aren't broadcast to the world, or very, very sensitive things. But in general, this is why all trials should be televised. I agree. Too many reputations are damaged. And for what it's worth, I think if on the flip side, like if there was, I can't believe somebody's getting away with something, you know, seeing the process can shine some light on that and let us see if somebody's being let off easy when they should be prosecuted. So I'm pro transparency in both directions. Yeah, that ill kid Jay, I mean, so this is in dispute. This is in dispute. So it's not an adjudicated fact that this incident even took place and that a slap actually took place. So in general, I understand the sentiment a little bit. I think I'm not fully on board with the idea that a man can't defend themselves if it happens to be a woman that might be aggressing them. But also the reality of that is, whether it should be this case or not, sometimes when a man's in a position to legitimately have a reason to defend themselves, if they take any action, that could end up being bad for them. Even if they were justified, it might not look that way later on at a certain point in time. There's a lot of nuances there. But for this case, that is a fact in dispute on both sides. So, and what is going on with it? Cardi and I were planning outfits together. Like, how could you throw this on me? I'm not going to Miami. We were already picking out outfits. That was a detail. That was a detail. I see a Woody mention. A little Woody strategy. Yeah, and Sunshine for you, I mean, do we know if they were not hitting each other? I mean, I'm kind of waiting to see what the defense says. Because in opening, it seemed like they're saying this incident just didn't happen at all. And I don't know if they mean like they never went up in this bedroom area away from the other people in the house that day and had this type of confrontation and resulting fight at all. Or if they mean they didn't even have any contact with each other that day at all. I need more details. I need to see their line of questioning more to see exactly what they're saying they dispute even happened. So yeah, I don't think that this is far-fetched, that the judge might be considering a mistrial and just wanted time to think about it, because that was a very, very sudden recess. But we just haven't heard any context to know any better. Lead attorney, what are you doing in the chat? Fire this one up. Oh, I think this would be a great one for you to cover. I can imagine myself watching it over on your channel. Hope you're doing well, Lead. Good to see you. This is criminal, you guys. It's a 6-person jury, and it's felony strangulation charges and the misdemeanor assault and battery charge. So he's facing 2 counts here. The first carries a max sentence of 5 years, and the second carries a max of 2.5 years in custody. And again, you know, going for the max, there usually has to be some type of justification to warrant it. And I'm not sure we'd get there without any criminal history. So yeah, lots of love in the chat. I can see Half Irish as I can see Lee laughing his arse off. If you just got here, guys, we are on a sudden recess from court after we have the star witness, the accuser, the alleged victim, trying to get in details on the record in front of the jury, going beyond what the question specifically asked of her. And there's objections. The judge is stopping it as soon as it starts. And it's getting stricken from the record. So we have 6 of these objections where she's trying to mention, you know, at some point did a non-disclosure come up? And her answer was something to the effect of, yeah, because he uses his power to abuse people, in response to the question about a non-disclosure agreement. And so there's objections and an approach stricken from the record. Later on, these text messages that you provided to law enforcement when you went 2 weeks after this alleged incident to speak with the Dedham Police Department, you provided some text messages. Did you delete some of those messages? Instead of just saying yes, she said something, tried twice, to the effect of, yes, because of abuse in a previous relationship that I had. And both times, objection, stricken. And now after this sidebar, we have this sudden recess. So it's a time. It's a time. It's a lot going on. Can he sue her if this gets dismissed? I mean, he could go for that. I mean, she's going to try to point to, you know, I went and filed to the police. And I think he'd have an uphill battle to fight that if he even wanted to bother fighting it. But he could. And she'll argue that she had legitimate claims and, you know, it just, the prosecution, she didn't have photos, so the prosecution couldn't meet their burden. Yeah, 6 times is crazy. So let's total up. So right before they took the lunch, and they took the lunch after the prosecutor asked to approach, after the defense had asked to approach, and the same thing started happening. That's when the judge was like, well, let's just take our lunch anyway. We're like 10 minutes to the hour. So she was only on the stand for a little bit before that lunch break, like about 20 minutes. And then she's on the stand this time for about 30. So she's on the stand for under about an hour at this point. And there's so many questions. I don't even know what I'd want to ask about first if I was the defense attorney doing cross-examination. I guess I would just take it in, like, chronological order. I don't know. I'm so confused about this gift as we're leaving the house to go on a trip. You know, some relationships are like that. You think you're losing somebody. You think somebody's fighting. Well, you do a little push and pull to see if they'll fight for you. Come back, come back. You know. Yeah, throwing the names out there, saying Cardi B, Lindsey Bolin. Like, we're learning the names because of her. They're not part of the questions. Oh, man. And I don't know, I mean, all of this might be true, but I think prep is important. Part of prepping a witness is not just to make sure things don't get derailed. We want to get things on the record. We want your story to come off to the jury in a way that they can evaluate what you're claiming and not so much the way you're portraying it. But if you're firing off these references to other people, other women, and the timeline kind of makes it seem like you're upset that your intimate relationship with Stefon might not have been the way you wanted it to be, that goes against what you claimed to police. And that's a credibility issue. That's a credibility issue. And I think it's a different issue than, sometimes victims don't want to speak about things because they don't want to get someone in trouble. They have, survivor's guilt when they go through something traumatic where they still feel a sense of loyalty to their abuser. But this seems like a switcheroo of the context for different reasons, my opinion. I think she was prepped and is just going rogue.
Jurors enter and all rise.
Here we go, chat. Time to... Here we go.
Negative control. May be seated.
So the question was, why did you delete text messages when you provided them to the Dedham police?
The fear of how I'll be perceived.
Your Honor, may I approach us?
Yes.
Approaching now with a main direct potential is marked as Exhibit 3. Do you mind looking through this? It's a number of pages. And when you're kind of looked at it a little bit, you can look back on it.
Shout out to the workers and lurkers trying to listen on this.
I'm reading all of them or just that first page?
Have you read a few of those? Only say, from what you've seen, do you recognize what these seem to be?
Yes.
And what are these?
Text messages about the...
Do you know who the text messages are between?
Yes, between me and Mr. Diggs.
And do you know when these text messages are from?
12/2. Yeah, 12/2.
So were those text messages that were going on between you and he that morning of that day?
Yes.
And if I can ask you to maybe go to the third last page on this.
In this whole thing?
Of this section. Your Honor, may I approach and...
Yes.
So on the top page, there's a text that says pussy, right?
Yes.
And who sent that?
I did.
And how did Mr. Diggs respond?
Show me I'm pussy.
And how did you respond?
Will do.
And were those the last text messages sent before Mr. Diggs hit you?
Yes. I'm not mistaken.
Your Honor, may I approach once more?
Yes.
Bringing your attention now to what's marked Exhibit 4. Could you look through a few of these? And do you recognize what these are?
Yes.
And what are these?
These are messages that I sent him asking to be paid.
And do you know when around these were from?
It was a couple of days after. They were in Art Basel. 12/5 it says. Yeah, I know I was begging for my money for a while.
Just, I think, final question.
Well, we're wrapping up on direct.
When he was in the room, when he slapped you, when he put you in a headlock, was there anyone else in the room but you two?
Just us two.
And were there other people in the house?
Yes.
Do you know where they were in the house?
Downstairs. I'm not mistaken.
And you said you went to New York, you met with Shai, is it Shai?
Yeah.
How did you know Shai Charles?
She works for him.
Okay, so,
She braids his hair.
and so, has she known you longer or him longer?
Him longer.
No further questions, John?
She mentioned possibly having like a sexual history, and that's why she didn't want to speak to Shai Charles.
Today is not the first day you've told the story of what you say happened on December 2nd, true?
True.
The first time you told the story was on December 16th, right?
Yes.
And that was to Officer Ellis of the Dedham Police Department, right?
Yes.
And you sat with Officer Ellis, right?
Yes.
And you told him your story,
Yes.
and he took notes of what you were saying.
Yes.
Because what you were saying was important to issuing a criminal complaint, right?
Objection.
I don't know what a criminal complaint is. I was
Well,
making a
legal
report.
conclusion.
I don't know.
You were making a report to the police
Yes.
about what you said was a violent assault, correct?
Yes.
And your purpose in making a report to the police about a violent assault was to start a criminal case.
No. I made a criminal report to have a report to document it.
So documentation was important to you, right?
Yes.
The story that you just told to this jury under oath was very different from what you told to Officer Ellis. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
What you said to Officer Ellis when you reported this crime, this so-called crime, is that you had been having an ongoing text exchange over money owed to you.
Yes.
You told the police officer who filed the criminal complaint in this case, based on your word, that your fight with Mr. Diggs on December 2nd was over money. True?
Yes.
Except you just testified under oath to this jury that you didn't start talking about money until December 5th, right?
What did you say?
You just testified under oath to this jury.
I have been begging for my money since December the 5th. Mr. Diggs, and throughout those messages, you can see that I was begging for my money since that day.
Which message? Are you talking about Exhibit 3 that you just looked at?
It's other messages that you guys should have me begging for my money from Mr. Diggs.
Ms. Adams,
Yes.
Do you recall testifying under oath to this jury that your fight on December 2nd was about Lindsey, your anger at Lindsey, and you being told you couldn't go on the Miami trip?
My anger was at Stefon. I never said my anger was at Lindsey.
You were angry at Stefon on December 2nd
Yes.
because you were told you couldn't go on
I was
Miami.
angry at Stefon because we were friends. He told me at the last minute I could not go to Art Basel.
And yet when you walked into the police station on December 16th, you said you had been having an ongoing text exchange over money owed to you.
Yes, money owed to me after I asked Mr. Diggs on December the 2nd, when can I get paid?
Your Honor, may I approach?
Your Honor, we've seen a sidebar. Yeah.
Oh, we're approaching. What a trial. Get the sidebar up there. I guess I should put a 1. But yeah, right out the gate asking about the discrepancy between the stated reason for going to the police contemporaneously, what you told the police, versus what you're testifying to today. The doing cross-examination is Sarah Silver. Yeah, this is a big day 1. Shout out to Florida defense team in the building. And this isn't a Florida trial for once. It's not us.
Do you recognize that document that I've shown you as the police report that was prepared based on your statements on December 16th?
Yes.
You've seen this report before?
Yes, I made it.
And you see on the report where it says, she said that on this date, the male that she worked for entered her unlocked bedroom. They had been having an ongoing text exchange over money owed to Adams. She said that they began to discuss this, which apparently angered the male.
I did
There's no
not.
question pending yet. Do you see that language?
Yeah.
Did you say that to Police Officer Ellis on December 16th?
Yes, I see it.
And that wasn't true, was it?
To my recollection, it was true. We did discuss money and payment.
Ms. Adams, you just testified under oath about what happened on December 2nd. according
Okay,
to
I
you.
also didn't put in the police report our sexual relationship because I was ashamed. The police report got leaked. I didn't put a lot of things. The most important thing was the attack in the police report. Me reporting anything outside of why he got upset, I didn't feel the need to put it. I was scared of how it was received by the public. He's in a very public relationship with Cardi B. So I did not put a lot of things in the police report. My most important thing was him assaulting me and choking me and slapping me. So that was the most important thing that I put in the police report. I was very vague. I didn't feel the need that I had to go and explain the relationship.
When you were asked questions, you actually gave
I
false-
didn't feel-
Ma'am, you must wait until I finish the question.
Wait until counsel answers the question. Answer it, if you don't understand it,
Because you didn't feel it was important. When you were asked questions about what happened on December 2nd, you lied.
It did not change what happened on December 2nd.
I'm
It
gonna
did
try
not
my
change
que-
what happened on December the 2nd. He choked and slapped me.
Ms. Adams, I'm going to try my question again. Because you didn't think it was important. When you asked the questions of Dedham Police Officer Ellis on December 16th, you lied.
I did not lie. I just did not expand on detail on the relationship I had with Mr. Diggs. I didn't feel that that was important. The sexual relationship I didn't feel like that was important. I didn't feel it was important that he was upset because I told him I was not in love with him like those other women. I was ashamed of being with him.
Ma'am?
I didn't feel the
Ma'am?
need to explain it to the police officer.
Ms. Adams, please answer the question. The councilman asks you the next question.
Does that make sense?
Under oath, on December 2nd, when you claim Mr. Diggs walked into your room, you had not been having a text exchange fight over money.
The last text exchange fight was over money. The last text exchange was me saying, you need to pay me out for the rest of the season. I'm out of your life.
Not
Give me the
Backpay.
money for my business in that order. That was the last text exchange. His response to me,
Well, ma'am, before we get to his response, why don't we get
you
to
will
what
be
you
paying
were
me out for
responding
the
to?
season and the money you said you would give me for my business. Wasted my, excuse my language, fucking time being here because you have a, excuse my language again, fucking circus going on. I am out of your life. I am ruining that bitch life.
All right, Ms. Adams, you're going to listen to counsel's question. You're going to answer that question, and then you're going to wait for the next question. This is not an opportunity for you just to say whatever comes to mind.
Okay,
All right, it is to be responsive to the question presented.
okay.
Next question, counsel.
Thank you, Anna. That response that you just read, that was actually a response to something Stef wrote to you, right?
That was a text exchange over
Yes or
money.
no question, ma'am.
What was your question?
What you just read into the record, that was a response to a text message that Stef sent to you, correct?
Yes.
And in that request, in that message that Stef sent to you, you understood you were getting fired, right?
No.
What Stef wrote to you is, "I'ma leave you be. Thank you for cooking for me for this season. I appreciate you. Hate it even got to this, but oh well." Right?
Yes.
And you understood when you received that he was telling you you were not going to be cooking for him anymore.
No.
You didn't understand that.
No.
And that's why you responded with, "You will be paying me out this season and the money you owe me."
No.
Uh-oh.
Because you knew you were about to lose your job, right?
I was not about to lose my job.
You didn't understand, "I'ma leave you be. Thank you for cooking for me this season. I appreciate you. Hate it even got like this," as a sign that you were about to lose your job?
No.
In any event, you didn't tell Officer Ellis on December 16th when you reported this assault any of that, right?
The last text message was about money. The last back and forth text messages was about money. Money he owed me for not finishing out the contract, and money he owed me that he said that he would invest in my business.
So,
I took a lower pay because Stefon agreed
Your Honor, may I have
that
the witness instruction?
I will have chance to work on my
Ms.
business by
Adams?
working with
Ms.
him.
Adams, there's no question in front of you right now. And again, please answer the question put to you. It's not an opportunity for you just to vent with your story.
You told other falsehoods to Officer Ellis, didn't you?
No. Not to my knowledge.
You told Officer Ellis that you had injuries from this alleged assault, right?
I told him I had bruising, meaning redness, and soreness on my throat.
You told him you had bruising on your neck, right?
It was like red. It wasn't like purple bruises. On the incident report, pull that up.
You didn't have any injuries when you walked into the police office on December 16th, did you?
No, because that happened on December 2nd.
Right. So any injuries that you would have had, you had a reason for why they weren't there, right?
It happened, it faded. The fading went away the night.
Right. And did you take any pictures of your injuries?
I was in shock. The first thing was not to take pictures. It was to get it together.
I thought you just testified under oath that you had just received a text message from a woman named Anna. That's Anna Kokolas, right?
You're in the wrong timeline.
You didn't just testify under
You're on
oath.
the wrong
ma'am?
timeline.
You didn't just testify under oath that you were sitting on your bed, reading a cookbook, got a text message from Anna, and Mr. Diggs walked into your room?
Mr. Diggs walked in minutes after I texted him. That's how I based the time on what time he walked in the room.
So
Okay.
yes.
So you had a phone in your hand when he walked in the room?
My phone was on the bed. I was reading a book. I wasn't texting her in the moment of Mr. Diggs walking in the room.
No. Okay. But you had a phone right there in your room.
Yes.
And it's an iPhone.
Yes.
And it's got a camera on it.
Yes.
You can take videos with it.
Yes.
And you do take videos with it.
Yes.
You take pictures with it.
Yes.
You take pictures of yourself with it.
Yes.
A lot?
Not often.
Not often. You have social media account for your business, don't you?
Yes.
Do you post things on your social media account?
I'm not as active as I should be.
You don't use your iPhone to take videos or pictures for that?
I'm not a very active person on social media.
I see. But you certainly had a phone in your room when you claim you were violently assaulted and injured, right?
That has nothing to do or justify the reason I was attacked.
Say yes or no question, ma'am.
Yes, I had a phone.
You took no pictures of your face or your neck or
That
your
has
chest?
nothing to do.
I need to finish my question.
Okay.
You took no pictures of your face on December 2nd, did you?
No.
No pictures of your neck on December 2nd, right?
No.
No pictures of your chest on December 2nd?
No.
You said Mr. Diggs hit you across the face. Did you have any marks on your face?
No.
You understand Mr. Diggs is a professional football player, right?
Yes.
He's an elite athlete.
He would leave
I'm
injuries.
an athlete,
He's
You don't
strong.
know that he's an elite athlete?
I guess.
Okay.
You call him.
And you testified he slapped you across your face,
Yes.
and you had no marks from it.
I was red. I was red. I'm lighter complexion.
Bruises, they get worse over time. Do you agree with me?
It was redness. It wasn't bruises.
Hang on. There's an objection. Okay, go on the objection. That is overruled. They answer the question.
Probably a medical conclusion.
I have redness, mark like I'm light skinned. I turn red when
You also get bruises, don't you?
if I hit something hard. Yeah.
Right. And bruises get worse over time, right?
Okay. I'm not
Do they?
sure. I'm not sure. I don't get bruises a lot. I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Officer Ellis you were bruised on December 2nd?
My idea of bruising is soreness, hurting. I was red. It was redness. My face was red and on my chest was red. I didn't turn purple or pink or anything like that. I didn't. It was redness.
Because you didn't have any injuries when you walked into the police station on December 16th, Officer Ellis actually sent you a form to fill out to describe the injuries that you said you had on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
And you filled out that form, right?
Yes.
And you didn't do it on December 16th, did you?
No.
He actually emailed it to you, and you took 2 days, and then you emailed it back. True?
Yes.
Okay. And on that form, you put that your chest and throat were very sore for days after, right?
Yes.
And you put that you had redness, tenderness, pain, and bruising on your neck, right?
Like I said, bruising for me is redness. It was sore. It was redness.
Well, you filled out.
Faded away, and literally like maybe by the next day, if earlier than that.
Ms. Adams, when did you learn that the defense had provided videos of you to the Commonwealth?
Maybe yesterday or Friday, I think.
Oh
Sometime
no.
last week when I spoke with Drew.
So last Thursday, you met with Mr. Virtue to prepare for your testimony, right?
Yes.
And you met with your lawyer as well, right?
Yes.
Your lawyer is representing you in an effort to get money from Mr. Diggs. True?
My lawyer's representing me my workers' comp claim, the injuries that I received on the job that Mr. Diggs refused to pay for. That's what my lawyer is representing me for.
Are you sure about that, ma'am?
She is my workers. I got my lawyer from workers' comp.
Uh-oh.
We'll come back to that. Let's stay with the form.
We'll come back to that. It's hilarious.
You told Officer Ellis on December 18th, so now 16 days after you say you were assaulted, that you had redness, bruising, and soreness on your chest, right?
I told him that, or I wrote that.
Well, you wrote it in a form. You took your time and you chose
I
which
checked the
answers
marks.
to give,
Yes.
right? Okay. And you told him your shoulders were red and very sore, right?
Right? This whole area here was sore. Across my chest, up here.
And you told him your whole body was sore, actually, didn't you?
It was.
You told him it was difficult for you to sleep.
I was very upset.
And I think you testified today that Stef supposedly put his forearm around your neck,
Stef did put his forearm around my neck.
not his hand.
No.
Okay. But you told Officer Ellis he used his hand, didn't you?
I told him to use this. This is the crook of his elbow. That is in the book.
You know what I'm going to approach? That's the form that you filled out over a course of 2 days and sent back to Officer Ellis, true?
Yes.
And if you look right in under the heading method and or manner of strangulation suffocation, right in the maybe top third of that page. See that?
Yes.
Question number 2. How was the victim strangled? Check all that apply. See that?
Forearm, right hand.
You told him you were strangled with his right hand, true?
With forearm, right hand. That is what's checked.
Okay, but you just testified under oath it was only his forearm.
This is the right side. I'm little. Everything went across my neck.
So
So
you were,
that is what I meant by forearm, right hand was his whole right side. Right hand was the smack and forearm was the choke. How was the victim strangled? That was, right hand meant smack, but his whole right arm was across my chest.
you also estimated the level of pressure that the suspect used during strangulation. Do you remember doing that?
Yes. I peed myself and I came back on my cycle really heavily.
So that was
So
a
it
yes
was
or no question
hard.
there? You gave it a yes. You remember doing that, right?
Yes.
Never heard of that.
And you had a choice. Low is a 1 and 10 is a high. See that?
Yes.
What'd you pick?
10.
10.
Yes.
You said Mr. Diggs is 6 feet tall. He's actually 6'2", right?
I don't know.
You don't know how tall he is? You've known him
You just
for 4.5
testified.
years.
I don't know. He's taller than me. Way taller than me.
Okay. And you know he lifts weights every day, right? He takes hits from 300-pound men, right? For his job. True?
I guess.
Do you know that?
No, I don't know what his role is. And I thought he ran the ball. I don't know if people, I'm not sure what he does.
How many games that Stef Diggs has played in have you attended?
I don't know football. I don't watch it to know what's what. I've attended a couple games.
The question was, how many of Stefon Diggs' games have you gone to and watched?
Gone to, maybe 4.
And you don't know that he gets tackled in that game?
I don't watch it, honestly. I'm just there for the vibes. I don't really know what be going on in football. I don't know the rules.
But I thought you were all about health and recovery.
I think that if Stefon Diggs used 10 out of 10 force on your neck,
It was
you
10
would've-
for me. For my little body and what I couldn't breathe, it was a 10 for me.
The question was, estimate the level of pressure that the suspect used during strangulation.
It felt a 10 to me. I could not breathe.
So you chose to answer a different question than the one you were asked.
This questionnaire is about me. Why wouldn't I answer it about me? This is not a questionnaire that's a united, I don't know how to say it, a global, this is about me. This is what happened to me.
Okay. But you will agree with me, hypothetically speaking, if Stefon Diggs used 10 out of 10 strength to choke someone, anyone, that person would have bruises on their neck.
I would not agree.
You will agree that if Stefon Diggs used 10 out of 10 force to choke you, You would have bruises on your neck.
Check.
Probably because it calls for a medical conclusion.
Now, you went to New York, you said, on the evening of December 2nd, true?
True.
And you stayed there until December 9th?
Yes.
You had your phone with you all week?
Yes.
You took messages, you sent text messages?
Yes.
We know that because that's when you started talking about your money, right?
I did what?
You
I
testified.
asked for my money. I didn't talk about my money. I asked for him to have finance sign off to pay me.
My mistake.
Yes. Thank you.
We'll get to that money too.
Oh, we'll come back to that too. Pin it.
And you didn't think it was important to record your injuries or take photos.
No, I was in shock. This is someone that I love that put his hands on me. That was not my first instinct, was to go and take a photo.
You said you didn't love him.
And then December 3rd, you didn't take any pictures.
No.
And December
A
4th,
very
you
complicated relationship. No, I did not take photos.
and you didn't take any videos.
No.
And you didn't go to the ER.
No.
You didn't go to a walk-in.
He already had paid my medical bills. Why would I go get more medical bills?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
The answer would be stricken, non-responsive, jurors will disregard it, not consider it.
You didn't seek any medical attention, right?
Unpaid medical bills.
Your Honor.
So we've heard she's made the assertion in her answers, well, there's text messages that you should have that would show what I'm saying is true. And now she's doing it with medical bills, saying that there's some health treatment that she sought out that defense doesn't have any evidence of. But she's saying it out loud in front of the jury. Whether it's true or not, right? It hasn't been disclosed to the defense, and we're in the middle of trial. So, another stricken record and a sidebar. We got a sidebar.
When you were with Shai and Tali for that week in New York City, you didn't say anything to them about
I don't know Tali. I just met Tali on the night of December the 2nd.
Okay.
It wasn't
Shai
stricken.
Charles has her own, it's a personal
Ma'am?
relationship with
Ma'am?
Stefon.
I need to be able to ask you questions.
Okay, I
and
thought
you
I was
need to give me
still
answers.
answering the first question that you said. You didn't let me finish.
Ms. Adams, we're going to take it again, just a question at a time. It isn't an opportunity for a narrative, and so let her ask her question, all right, and then answer the question, and if there is, if there's a feeling that you're not being allowed to initiate, let me know. Just take the question out. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. You didn't tell them anything about being assaulted.
These are not people I trust to tell anything.
You
of
flew
that
to New
nature.
York to see them.
They're just people that you trust to spend a week with. in
These
New
are
York.
people that I met through Stefon Diggs. I had no choice but to stay with them. I had no money.
How'd you fly
I
there?
thought you just testified you had a ticket to Atlanta.
That Sonny brought.
And then you changed on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
And then you changed your ticket to Atlanta to go to New York with
Yes.
Shai and Sonny. I'm sorry, with Shai and Tali, right?
Yes.
So you did have someplace else to
I
go.
changed the ticket because I didn't have money for Ubers to get home in Atlanta. Shai was going to pick me up from the airport.
Okay.
I didn't have a place to stay in Atlanta. I given up my place to stay with Stefon Diggs. So I didn't have money for a hotel or Airbnb to go home to Atlanta.
All right, Ms. Adams, on to the next one.
Thank you. You've traveled with Shai before, right?
Yes.
You went with her to Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes.
You're actually friends with her, aren't you?
Associates.
Right.
Work co-workers.
Wow.
Well, you've traveled to another country with Shai.
It's levels to friends. It was a co-worker. I just met Shai in August.
Did Stef go on that trip to Trinidad and Tobago?
No.
Okay. And that was in the fall of 2025.
Yes.
And then you went on another trip in the fall of 2025 to see Shai, right?
No, I didn't go on another trip. I was told to leave the house, so I went to stay with Shai because I didn't have anywhere to stay.
Okay. And Shai picked you up in her car, you said?
Yes.
And can you describe what the inside of her car looks like?
It's a white car, I think it's burgundy or something like that.
So the outside is white,
Yes,
and then the inside is burgundy.
if most as I remember, I don't quite can't say exact.
Okay. And Shai has a dash cam right in her car, doesn't she?
Oh,
Not that I'm aware of.
You didn't see a dash cam in her car?
No, I saw like where you see the speedometer and stuff like that.
No, not down on the panel where people look when they're driving. Up on the top of her car. There's a bar on the top of her car with a dash cam on it, right?
No, I didn't see that.
You didn't see that.
No,
Okay. Did Shai ever tell you that she had a dash cam in her car?
no,
Okay. Did you know that you were being recorded on that dash cam on December 2nd?
no,
Did you know you were being recorded on December 3rd?
no.
You know now you were recorded, correct?
Yes,
And you've seen the videos that came from Shai's dash cam in her car, true?
no,
Oh, you haven't seen them yet?
no.
Your Honor, permission to
Here we
publish
go.
Exhibit 5, I understand it's already in evidence.
here we go. They're gonna make her point. Where is your injury? Oh, sidebar. Commonwealth wants a sidebar. It's 3 sidebars. Anthony says, I am seated. Here we go, chat. Mrs. K. Griff says this is some good lawyering. I agree. And there's curiosity lures for me, right? Like these things where she's saying, we'll come back to that. I want to know. And so I'm festering in it. I'm like, what's going on with this workers' comp supposed claim? Because it seems like she could just be claiming, I'm not just trying to sue him and get a settlement for a civil suit. It's a justifiable workers' comp channel. I want to know if that's the case.
Go ahead, Counsel. Thank you.
She's allowed to publish it.
Ms. Adams, I'm going to show you what's been admitted in this case as Exhibit 5.
I can't see.
Hang on, they're just putting it up, just wait 1 second.
Who whispered the lights are on?
You testified
But no one's home.
that you first became aware that there were videos of you last week?
Yes.
I don't know, Ms. Adams, were you able to see that person in that video? If not, we can play the whole thing. Okay. So while this is playing, Ms. Adams, do you recognize that person on the video as you?
Yes.
And you're sitting in the front seat of Shai's car?
Yes.
And this is you when you were, just after you were picked up from LaGuardia Airport on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
Was there someone else in the car to your memory?
No.
I'm sorry?
No, not when she gave me that.
Okay. Did Tali Moses also get picked up from LaGuardia just after you?
No, she got picked up with her boyfriend's house and clean.
Okay. But she was eventually in that car with you? So Shai was driving the car, is that right?
Yes.
And then you're in the front passenger seat as we see you?
Yes.
And then did Tali sit in the back behind you? I'm sorry? Behind Shai? Okay. And this was all on December 2nd?
Yes.
And this is the day you say you were violently assaulted?
Yes, that doesn't justify or prove that I wasn't assaulted because I learned how to save face.
Okay? Mr. Kettlewell, can we also show the next video? It's also on Exhibit 5.
Your Honor, just for clarification, there's Exhibit 5, I think is just a number of videos in one exhibit.
Thank you, Mr. Richard. And do you recognize the person in this video?
Oh, this is cleaner.
And that's you in Shai's car again? Yes. And this is the next day, right? It's December 3rd. Do you recognize that? Well, I might not be able to see. I'll give you, Mr. Kettlewell, is this marked as Exhibit 5 also, the stills?
The stills are
6 and 7? I should have been marked as Exhibit 7. You recognize that person with you? Yeah. And that's you in Shai's car, right? When you visited her in New York City? And you say you don't remember if that's, what date that is? Your Honor, I'm sorry, the anecdote from later. If I could direct your
I
screen.
didn't say I didn't remember what date.
Oh,
I can't tell the date. I don't remember. I was in her car, I stayed for another week.
okay.
You're telling me it's December 3rd.
If I can direct your attention to this line right here. See how it says 2025, 1203. Do you know what that means?
The date.
Okay. But this is you on your New York trip
Yes.
with Shai in her car.
On New York State, the shack.
Okay.
This has not been preliminarily marked.
I believe that is intended to be in thumb drive. It's in the thumb drive separately.
Stills, though, I think Mr. Burke is referencing, have not been marked as 6 or 7. So if you want to admit them there.
I have no objection to those stills being marked as 6 and 7.
Thank you.
This would be Exhibit 7. That is the
Yes, thank you, Mr. Clerk. And this is,
for the copy for the court.
yes, sir. This is Exhibit 6.
This is after. So the alleged assault was December 2nd.
And then you also had some videos taken of you by Tali while you were in New York, right?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
Do you remember, well, first, you, Shai, and Tali all stayed in Brooklyn, in New York, from December 2nd to December 9th, right?
Yes.
And you all stayed in the same bedroom,
Yes.
slept in the same bedroom.
Yes.
And we're together a lot of the time that week. True?
Mostly yes.
Okay. And there was one night where you and Tali were kind of goofing around with the video and taking videos. Do you remember that?
I don't recall it.
Okay. Mr. Kettlewell, can we play Exhibit 8? And, well, before we do, I would move Exhibit 8 into evidence. It's a video from December 6th. Thank you.
Just no objection to that for the record.
Oh, here's a video.
And Ms. Adams, did you recognize the person on that video?
Yes.
Who is that?
Me.
And that's in Shai's bedroom, right?
Yes.
Where you and Tali and Shai spent the entire week, right?
Majority Tali would sleep on the couch some days.
I'm sorry?
Tali would sleep on the couch some days.
Okay. But in that video, that was, Tali was videoing you, right?
Okay. I don't recall that.
You don't remember that?
Yeah, but we
I
were
don't
driving.
recall.
We were upstairs.
Okay. Mr. Kettlewell, and Your Honor, I would move in Exhibit 9, which is another video from that same time. December 6th, 2025.
That's for the record. I believe it's also.
Thank you, gentlemen.
was describing the pain as a 10 out of 10.
Ms. Adams, that was you on that video, correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I would move in stills as Exhibit 9 and 10. Those are stills from Exhibit 8.
No objection.
Thank you. And Ms. Adams, I just ask you to look at those and tell me if that's a fair and accurate representation of you from the week you spent in New York
They're zooming in on the
Yes.
neck.
on December 6th, 2025?
So I'm going to say that it looks like the glare is on the screen because it extends beyond the picture, but I would think that the exhibit itself, you can see more detail without this glare.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury? Thank you.
For the record.
I am offering to the jury Exhibits 9 and 10, which are two stills taken from the second video of Exhibit 8.
No objection.
Are there any more video clips, counsel, you'll be using, or can we put the lights back?
I think we can put the lights back on, Your Honor. Now, Stef and his group got back from Miami to his Dedham home on December 7th, correct?
I'm not sure the day he got back. I got back on the night.
I'm sorry?
Tuesday. Well, it was late in the night. Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. The 9th I got back.
Well, you know he got back to the Dedham house before you did.
I didn't know that. When I got there, I realized that he was there. I was in no communication with him on what day he was coming back.
But you were in communication with him.
To ask for my pay, yes.
Can you turn to tab C, which has been marked as Exhibit 3, please?
What are the text messages?
And you testified about the text exchange you had with him at around 12:30 on December 2nd, where you called him a pussy, right?
Yes.
And then he said, show me I'm pussy, and you said, will do,
Yes.
right? And then if you turn the page, if you look to the next message from you, so in Exhibit 3, there are bubbles, right? There's blue bubbles you see and green bubbles.
Yes.
And do you understand the green bubble to be Stef Diggs' messages
Yes.
and the blue bubbles to be your messages?
Yes.
Okay. And if you look on the page, I hope you're on the right page, it ends in that number on the bottom right corner at 118. Do you see that number? Madam, may I approach?
Yes.
So 117, it's the page we just looked at. Looking at 118, your first message. And do you see down here these numbers here?
Yes.
So this message was sent on December 5th, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you sent it.
Yes.
So now this is 3 days after the violent assault that you talked about. right?
Yes.
And what did you say in that message?
Hi, can you approve my pay with finance, please? I have to pay my insurance this month. Thank you. Please and thank you.
Okay. And then if you could look at the next message. Actually, you know what? Let's not do that. Let's hold that for a second. So you were texting with Stef Diggs in the week you were in December. I'm sorry, in the week in December you were in New York, right?
I text Stefon one time.
Okay. But your testimony is you don't know when he was coming back to the Dedham house.
I did. I didn't know the exact date.
You did. But you knew he was coming back.
Yes.
Because that would be important to know, right?
I've worked in this industry. I went off of a previous client schedule. They normally will return on Tuesday. So
Well,
I was in guest mode.
But the last time you saw Stef Diggs was when he was assaulting you, you said.
That wasn't the last time I saw Stef Diggs. I said here that I walked in his room after the assault before I was leaving to give him his birthday gift.
That's right.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Okay. You gave him a birthday gift after the assault happened.
We were friends for 4.5 years with a very complicated relationship.
Okay. So if I could ask you actually to turn to Exhibit 4, which is behind the tab D. And Your Honor, this is an evidence. And if you look at that number on the bottom right corner, turn to the page that ends in 173. And I'll ask you some questions before we get to that substance, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I think you testified on December 9th you went back to the Dedham house, right?
Yes.
And you got yourself an airplane back to Boston, right?
Sonny got me an airplane back to Boston.
Okay. And you landed at Logan Airport at night.
Yes.
Then you took an Uber to the Dedham house.
Yes.
You arrived around 11:30 p.m.
Yes.
You were alone.
Yes.
You came by yourself.
Yes.
Didn't bring anybody.
No.
Okay. And when you got in the house, you went and knocked on Stef's bedroom door.
I went to put my things away and I knocked on his door. Yes.
I'm sorry.
I went to put my things away and knocked at his door.
And that was around midnight on changing over from December 9th to December 10th, right?
That's what it says here. I don't recall the time, but this is what the messages say.
Well, he didn't open his door, did he?
His code was different. He changed the codes when I came back.
Oh.
Right, because in that house, the bedrooms all had key codes on each door, didn't
That he
they?
controlled. Yes.
Did the bedrooms all have key codes on that door?
Yes, that he controlled.
I'm sorry. This is a yes or no question. See if you can try it. Did all of the bedrooms in that house have different key codes on them?
Yes, that he controlled.
So you can.
What do you mean?
You had a key code on your door, right?
Yes.
And if it was shut, it would be locked, right?
No. The door had issues. I would often text Sunny, could she check and make sure my door was locked?
I'm sorry, when did you text Sunny to please check if your door was locked?
When I left the first week of November, when he made me leave to have female guests over.
Your Honor.
Wow.
That answer is now responsive will be stricken, and the jurors will disregard it.
Did she just whisper into the mic? Let's run this back, guys. We're gonna do a run back.
Door was locked.
I'm sorry, when did you text Sunny to please check if your door was locked?
When I left the first week of November, when he made me leave to have female guests over.
Your Honor. Move to strike.
That answer is now responsive will be stricken, and the jurors will disregard it.
So on December 9th, round about midnight, when you got back to his house alone,
Yes.
you went and knocked on his door, right?
Yes.
And he didn't open it.
I didn't knock. I tried to get in the door.
Okay, you tried to walk into his door.
No, that's how I would go in his room. I would unlock his door.
Sure, just like always, right?
When he needs food and his door was closed, I would go in his room.
Right.
I never went in his room without permission.
You going in there on December 9th was no different than any other day, right?
No.
And when you weren't able to get in, you actually sent him a text message, right?
Yes.
And you told him, can you read what you told him?
I was coming to ask you what time you have to be at work and to say hi.
Oh, she's initiating it. Not about pay.
And then you just went right back to work, right?
Yeah, I went to bed.
I'm sorry?
I went into my room and went to bed.
You went into your room and you went to sleep
Yes.
by yourself
Yes.
in the house.
Yes.
with Stef Diggs there.
Yes.
And then the next morning you got up and you made him breakfast.
Yes.
Now you told Officer Ellis when you reported the assault that you left your position on December 2nd. Do you remember that?
I was saying I left the house. I didn't leave my position. I was really going back to get my things. I had no plan, nowhere to go, so I needed to be nice to him.
Did you tell Officer Ellis, after the alleged assault on 12/2/2025, Adams left her position and left the residence to stay with a friend in New York?
Left my position mean I left to get on a plane and go. I didn't tell him I quit. That didn't mean that I quit.
You didn't quit.
No.
Did you tell Officer Ellis that on 12/9/2025, you returned to the house just to get your property?
Yes, I was going to get my property.
But you were also going to work for a while first?
Basically, I was going to get my property. I was trying to get my money. I asked Mr. Diggs the next day about my money when I returned to the house.
And you kept on cooking and doing your job for a whole nother week, didn't you?
No, I stopped cooking. If I'm not mistaken, I didn't cook over the weekend. Because I said on the 11th, I asked Mr. Diggs in front of his mother and Shai Charles about my pay.
Okay.
That was another text.
I'll ask a different question.
Okay.
On several days of that week, you simply kept doing your job,
And
right?
asking for my pay.
That's a yes or no question now.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
You kept doing your job.
Yes.
Officer Ellis was wrong when he wrote that you left your position on 12/2.
I left the house, so him putting position didn't mean that I left my job as a chef. I left the house on December 2nd.
So you told Officer Ellis that you left your position, but you meant you left the house to go to New York.
So I left for the day. It wasn't that I was saying I quit or saying it in a way that I quit my job. I didn't say that.
You've mentioned Mr. Diggs' assistant, Sunny, a couple of times, right?
Stealing Sunny, yes.
Stealing Sunny.
Stealing Sunny, that's what he calls her.
Your Honor, I move to strike, and I'd ask that the witness be instructed to please answer a question.
That answer will be stricken, the jurors will disregard. And if you don't understand the question, please ask the counsel to restate it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sunny was a friend of yours, wasn't she?
No.
Ms. Adams, you texted Sunny all the time, didn't you?
Because that was my contact. Go to contact for payment, go to contact if I didn't have access to his card or I didn't have money on my card to order food.
Uh-oh.
And we would discuss things at work.
I'm going to show you a document.
Uh-oh.
Take a look and see if you can recognize that as text messages between you and Sarah.
Uh-oh. It's probably like, girl, you're the best. So glad to call you my sister.
Do you recognize that document as text messages between you and Sunny?
Yes.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach? This document doesn't have numbers on it, so I'm just going to do it through. Do you see where the messages start on Thursday, December 11th?
Yes.
At 7:44 a.m., you see that?
Yes.
And this is an exchange between you and Sunny, right?
Yes.
And you write to her, morning, did you change my door code, right?
Yes.
And that's what you were just talking about. Each door has its own door code in Stef Diggs' home, right?
Yes.
And you were having trouble getting into your door code on December 11th.
Yes.
And had you been having trouble getting into your door code since you got back on the evening of the 9th and 10th?
When I walked in on the 9th, it pushed right open.
Okay. All right. So it changed in somewhere around there.
When the morning.
This is critical because her testimony previously was just that she asked Sunny to change the locks on her door when she was leaving to go to New York, as if she didn't want someone going in her room while she was gone. But she actually only asks about the door lock being changed after she finds out on December 11th that the lock was changed without her knowing. That's a major inconsistency.
Back on the evening of the 9th and 10th?
When I walked in on the 9th, it pushed right open.
Okay. All right. So it changed in somewhere around there.
When the morning, maybe when I walked out the door, that morning I made breakfast. If I'm not mistaken, that's the morning that,
Ma'am, I'm just going to stop you because it's not responsive.
all right.
All right? So on December 11th at 7:44, you asked Sunny, did you change my door code? And she says, no, I don't know the code. Right?
She doesn't have access to change code.
Okay. And she says, Rich? Question mark. Who's Rich?
Rich was like somebody that helped around the house.
He was like a maintenance guy.
I don't call him that.
Was someone to help around the house?
He did a lot of stuff for Mr. Diggs.
Okay.
He wasn't
And
a
he was at the
maintenance
house
person.
a lot, right?
If we needed anything, yes, we would call Rich.
Okay. And you say to Sunny, I asked, he hasn't answered yet. And then you say they changed it, right?
Yes.
Sunny asks, who changed it?
Your Honor, maybe we can see the side door.
Oh, prosecution, Commonwealth wants to approach. There's a lot of sidebars in this trial, you guys. That's a lot. All right, what are you guys thinking, chat?
Jurors, are you all doing okay? Does anyone need a break? All right. All right. Thank you.
All right, so you say they changed it, right? And Sunny asks, who changed it? And what did you say to Sunny?
He said they. So
What else did you say to Sunny?
He said, hey, so Stef and his name was white bitch.
I'm sorry?
What? I said, he said they, so Stef and the white bitch.
When you said, he said they, the he in that sentence was Stef, right?
Yes. No. Yeah. Yes.
And the they, who was that?
Them two together.
So your testimony is, so the white bitch, is that Lindsey?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So was that the kind of thing you said to your coworker?
Yes, because she called me a bitch first.
I see. So you were kind of friendly with Sunny.
Yes.
You shared stuff with her.
Sonny disliked her too.
Okay. So you shared that.
They had their own thing before I came.
And then if I could ask you to turn
This is a
to
mess.
tab D in your binder, which is Exhibit 4. And I'm sorry to do this, but if you could look, the numbers at the bottom right, the number that begins, that ends 178. You there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so that text exchange with Sunny, that was at 7:44 a.m. on December 11th.
Yes.
All right. And if you look at these messages on page 178 of Exhibit 4, this blue message.
Real
at the
Housewives of
top
Stefon Diggs is
something that you
crazy.
sent on December 11th, 7:52 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you sent it to Stef.
Yes.
What did you say to Stef?
Did Lindsey change my door code? And why can't I get into my room?
Okay. And then you and Stef kind of have a back and forth about the codes and why can't you get in, right?
Yes.
All right.
I don't remember that. That's not listed here, though.
And meanwhile, you're also having a text exchange with Sunny about Stef in the white bitch, right?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Are they going to ask just to stop saying the B word out loud? I mean, if that's what's in the text. Are these the texts that she deleted because of her past relationship? Doesn't seem like any of this was turned over to the Dedham police.
As stated at sidebar, that objections sustained.
Thank you, Anna.
You lost
So
that
you
one.
and Steph have some back and forth that same morning, December 11th, right? In text message. And he explains to you, if you can turn the page to 2 pages in, page 180. He explains to you, I didn't know if you were if he was going to come back or not, so I had him changed. Right?
Stefon know why he had the door lock changed.
Is that what he wrote to you on December 11th in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you respond? It's right there on the same page in the blue bubble.
No, it's
Can
not.
you see it?
Lord.
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 And if you can turn the page, Steph wrote, shit you was saying, it was like it was over with. I was like, well. You understood he was talking about the text fight you had on December 2nd, right?
No.
Yeah. What did you respond to Steph?
I said no.
I'm sorry?
I said no. I didn't say yeah.
You didn't understand that he was talking about the last time that you saw each other on December 2nd, which is the day you got in the text fight about Lindsey and you not going to Miami?
Me and Stefon had arguments all the time. Like, not all the time, often, and it would just fly over. But it didn't turn into a fight like it did. I needed to come back to get my things.
Let's see what did you respond to Stefon on December 11th? And this is now 9 days after you were assaulted, supposedly.
I was assaulted. It wasn't supposedly.
What did you respond to Steph?
Was very emo. Sorry I made you feel that way. I don't want to leave. I want to stay to take care of you as long as I need you.
And you sent him a second message.
Really sorry, Stef.
You were angry with him on December 2nd. You already testified to that.
Needed to be nice to Stefon in order to get my pay to leave.
I'm sorry, you were texting?
I needed to be nice to Stefon in order to get my pay to leave.
Let's talk about your pay.
Yes.
You admit that you were apologizing to him about December 2nd and your behavior, don't you?
I was being nice to Stefon to get back in his good graces to get paid.
You were apologizing for your
Not
behavior.
by choice.
You were apologizing to Stefon Diggs by text on December 11th for your behavior on December 2nd.
Not by choice.
Is that a yes?
That's a not by choice.
It's a yes or no question, ma'am.
I don't know what that would be, a yes or no question.
It's a yes or no question.
If the witness is saying she can't answer that yes or no, she doesn't have to.
Okay. All right, so your claim, I guess, is that Stef owed you money.
It's not a guess. Stefon did back wages.
You were
Wages
paid-
owed.
You were
It was
paid-
wages. I think you should use the correct language.
The correct language
It's
for your
wages.
civil lawsuit?
I don't have a civil lawsuit.
That's why she
You
keeps
paid
correcting.
$2,000 per week to cook for him, right?
Yes.
And if you used your own money to buy groceries, you were reimbursed for that.
Yes.
And when you were hired to work as Stef's chef, you didn't have to fill out a job application, right?
I stated previously, me and Stefon had an interpersonal relationship that was professional.
So is that a no? I did not.
I don't
have
know how to
fill out-
answer that question. Yes
Did
or
you fill
no?
out a job application?
I don't know how to answer that question. Yes or no?
Ma'am, did you fill out a job application?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
Next question.
You didn't have any employment contract or anything?
Yes, we did.
Did you sign a written employment contract?
We had a verbal text contract.
Verbal text?
You didn't have to interview with anyone to get the job, right?
He knew my skills.
So on December 1st, this is the day before you say you were assaulted, you submitted an invoice to be paid, didn't you?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury, so you weren't just automatically paid?
I was supposed to be. They sent maybe 2 automatic payments, and then the rest was I would have to go through Sunny.
Right. You'd have to confirm with Sunny you worked that week, right?
I would have to, not that confirm, I lived there, so it was never a confirmation.
She was there a lot too, right?
No,
Okay. So you did have to confirm with Sunny if you worked there or not.
not that I worked. I had to confirm with Sunny my reimbursements. I lived there.
And on December 1st, what you did was you took an invoice for money you claimed you were owed, right?
It's not a claim, it's money that I was owed.
You submitted an invoice on December 1st for payment, right?
I don't recall. I don't know the exact date.
Was it paid? She said she doesn't remember. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Have you seen this document before?
Yes.
It's an email dated December 4, 2025 from Melissa Goddard.
I saw that in a text screenshot. That email that Melissa has of mine was not working at the time. This was a screenshot that Stefon sent me. I never received this email.
Okay. This is an email from Melissa Goddard.
I never received it to my email.
Did you see the text of this message before?
I seen a screenshot similar. I
You know-
can't recall
You know
the
you
exact
have.
message.
Would you like me to give you a document to
Sure.
refresh you?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor. I am, if you want to give the jury a break, it's just going to take me a couple of minutes.
Why don't we just take a 5-minute stretch break?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just don't want to waste time.
Yeah, literal receipts in this trial. All right, guys.
All rise, jurors can step down.
Ooh, wake up. On a scale of 1 to 10, how wild is this? How wild is this? I think her credibility is shot. I mean, there's just too much I understand that people do not want to tell the police all of the details. They might not remember all of the details. But the things that happen to be omitted are things that show that she was mad about something that isn't what she's claiming to be the issue. She's claiming that the pay is the issue. She needed her money, that she needed to go back. She needed to book a ticket there. She says Lindsey booked the ticket. Sunny booked the ticket. And that she needed to go back and just play nice to try to get her pay. But now she's being confronted with the last invoice, December 1st. And even if you say, well, what if she continued working for real until like the 15th or whatever, and she needs money from like the 9th through the 15th? The problem is that she already told the police that the issue on December 2nd was about back pay / wages. She's fighting on the terminology being used here. And that's a problem. Because if you submitted an invoice on December 1st, how then are you reporting that back on December 2nd, this issue was over unpaid wages or back pay? Especially if we're going to find out that this invoice was in fact paid. That seals it for me. And there could be little bits of details that are true here. Maybe there was an argument. Maybe it was just a verbal argument or confrontation. But this idea that you make this representation to the police that the issue on December 2nd was about this, and that's just off the table for me at this point. And then, I'm curious about this civil suit thing. Is it really a workers' comp claim, or is it not? Is that not the channel that she's proceeding for the civil action? So I don't know. And, maybe discoloration wouldn't be visible on the type of video. Maybe there was a filter on the video shown. But she claimed that she was in a 10 out of 10 pain. So even if we want to say, all right, not every piece of a video or a still frame is going to be high enough quality for us to see something that could be there. It's not consistent with what you'd expect someone reporting a level 10 out of 10 pain who was assaulted by a football player who is currently athletic, currently training. It's inconsistent. It defies common sense. Now, Lily's asking, doesn't she have to pay taxes on her income? It seems like it was a bit of the under the books going on. So, maybe that's part of the reason she didn't want to testify to certain things. We heard some discussion at the pretrial stuff. There were concerns that maybe she wouldn't want to answer certain questions. Maybe that goes along with it. Maybe that's part of it, right? But I don't know. We haven't seen her invoke, so no idea. Yeah, and Mama says, did I understand it wrong? They didn't even sign a work contract. To me, that's the product. I saw somebody in the chat asking what their intimate relationship has to do with anything. It's critical for multiple reasons, but specifically to her claims of what she was supposed to be paid. The sexual relationship, the friends with benefits relationship, the it's complicated relationship. And quite frankly, she made it relevant. She inserted that testimony description. It wasn't like the Commonwealth asked her, would you describe it as complicated? She gave the characterization herself and wanted to talk about it. And the reason that's pertinent here is for the employment arrangement. It was an informal pathway to this live-in arrangement where you're going to cook for me. So that's one reason that the relationship is very relevant here. Yeah, in the text, she was being fired. In her own testimony today, she's saying that she did not understand the text to mean, she didn't interpret them to mean that she was being fired. She insisted she didn't lose her position. And then she insisted she didn't tell Officer Ellis that she left and lost her position when she went to New York on the 2nd. And these are important things. These are not just little details that somebody forgets. These are critical details that could go to the storyline, the credibility of her version of events. And she's the only person that was present for the events besides Stefon himself. And I mean, I also think that there's a major difference here. You know, the job of this trial is not to sit here and say, why is this guy so messy and like smashing people and then hiring them? Like, what's going on with the Shai Charles? What about Lindsey? Like, what's going on with all of this? I mean, that's a different question than the accusations in relation to this criminal prosecution. You know, this trial isn't about, is Stefon Diggs messy? Does he need to keep it in his pants? I mean, this trial is about, did he commit felony strangulation? Did he commit misdemeanor assault and battery? And is there proof beyond a reasonable doubt? We are all the way forward. Well, actually, we have like a couple seconds. Look at the clock go. That runs us up there, you guys. Also, shout out to Moses while we're on a break here, catching up. Sent a super earlier saying, as if the state, the Commonwealth. Objection, Your Honor. Judge. On what grounds? State. Unnecessary roughness, Your Honor. Not using the football fouls, the cards. Oh, man. Thank you, Moses, for the love. Thank you for the banter in the chat. And remember, the defense, it seems like they're going to dispute this physical altercation happened at all. Like, I don't think they're going to dispute arguments back and forth or that she left that night. I know. But I think they're going to say that this physical altercation did not take place. Oh. They kick the camera a lot in this. You know, with other trials we watch, we think that they're coming. They might be coming back. They went to the ceiling. Which they seem to do to not show the jury walking in and out. Yeah, redirect should be interesting. And what's the mention? There's a little bit of mention because of the text message that she sent, that she was looking not just for the pay that she was owed, but she wanted to get paid for the rest of the season, which would be forward. And the money you said you'd give me for my business.
Sorry, quorum is back in session. You may be seated.
Yes. We were just looking at an email, and you didn't remember, you said you hadn't received it in that form. If you can turn the page, did you see the invoice?
Yes.
And that was your invoice, right?
Yes.
And you said on that invoice dated December 1st, right?
Yes.
That you were owed payment of $2,000 for three weeks in November, right?
Yes.
And you were owed grocery reimbursement for $3,179.06, right?
Yes.
And that was what you submitted to get payment.
Yes.
And you said you didn't receive this email, but you remembered getting it by text message, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you have read, and you remember seeing the substance of this email, true?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a response to your invoice, right?
I don't recall because Stefon was refusing to pay me for the week he sent me home.
Well, Melissa Goddard writes on December 4th, I appreciate you may not have received this on December 4th, but she writes, "Thank you for providing an invoice. I've attached a readable PDF." Yeah.
Okay, I think they're approaching for this one because they muted us. It's a lot of sidebars.
And it turned out, Ms. Adams, you had gotten paid for 2 of the 3 weeks that you said you hadn't gotten paid for, right?
This is missing a whole lot of stuff.
It's a yes or no question.
I can't answer your question correctly without the proper evidence.
Your Honor, may I approach? Do you recognize this document as text exchanges between you and Sunny?
Yes.
Dated December 9, 2025?
Yes.
And you're the person in the bubbles on the left?
Yes.
And you write to Sunny, "Hey, so I looked over my transfers, payment history, and they sent payments, 11/7 and 11/21, totaling $4,000. See that?
Yes.
So you knew that you had actually been paid for 2 of those 3 weeks that you tried to get paid for again, right?
What's your name? I never got your name.
Did you know
I
that
don't
you
know.
had
I
been
was trying to address you by your name because I'm not this. I don't know. I can't answer that question correctly.
You knew on December 9th that you had been paid for 2 of the 3 weeks you said you hadn't been paid for, didn't you?
I don't understand the question.
You just acknowledged you wrote it to Sunny.
I was supposed to be paid for the week I was sent home. So
Okay.
I sent the incorrect amount because I didn't know he wasn't paying me for that week.
Right, so you sought $6,000 instead of $2,000.
That's my calculations was.
Right. And so that last week, that was a week you didn't work, right?
Because I was sent home.
Right, so you weren't in the kitchen cooking.
Mrs. Diggs sent me home because he had girls at the
Ma'am,
house.
Whatever you're going to
I
add
should
is
be
not
paid.
responsive, Your Honor.
Yes. Ms. Adams, you understand the question you're being asked?
I don't
Answer
understand.
her question. Answer Trini's question, all right, if you can. If it's confusing to you, she will restate it. Counsel, would you restate your question?
Yes. So you weren't in the kitchen cooking that week, right?
No.
Okay. If you can turn back to tab D, the page that ends 171, this is Exhibit 4. It has been marked and admitted into evidence. Let me know when you get there. You there? So these are both, on this page, these are both blue bubbles, so this is your text messages, right?
Yes.
All right. And on December 9th, 2025 at 2:27, you text Stef Diggs, right?
Yes.
And what do you say to Stef Diggs on December 9th? Do you need help finding it?
What's the last?
171. I can help you find it if it.
I said, can she call?
I'm sorry, the second text message.
Read the second text message?
Yes, please.
Without reading the
You
messages
can read
before?
the first and we can talk about who you're asking about. That's fine.
I was told to contact Melissa about my pay.
Okay.
So I responded, can she call me or can I call her?
And Melissa, just to the record's clear, is Melissa Goddard, right?
Yes,
She's Stef Diggs' bookkeeper.
that's what I was told.
She's the person who wrote that email on December 4th informing you that you had been already paid for 2 of the 3 weeks you were looking for, right?
I didn't receive that email.
Understood. So you were asking if she could call you or you could call her, right?
I was told to
You were
reach out to
told you
her.
could talk to her, right?
Yes,
And you never called her, did you?
yes, I did.
What did you say in the second
I
text
asked him
bullet?
for the number.
I'm sorry, and
I
what did
asked him for Miss Melissa Goddard's number.
the number is right on the email that you got in text form.
But that was later time.
This was December 4th. The email is from December 4th. The text message you're about to read is 5 days later, December 9th.
What I'm trying to say to you is that that text message was sent at a later date to me.
On December 9th, you acknowledged to Sunny that you knew you had been overpaid. I'm sorry.
Overpay?
I'm sorry.
Underpay.
You knew that 4 of the $6,000 you were seeking, you had already received. And the last week that you hadn't been paid for was the week you weren't there. And now if you can read this text message that you sent to Stef Diggs on that same day, December 9th.
Hi, so I looked over the payments. Are you not paying me for the week you told me to go home? If not, that's fine. And just for my past employers, when I'm asked not to work, I'm still paid because I'm only with them for the season. It was supposed to say them. It said the season.
So that takes care of all of the weeks that you said you weren't paid for on December 1st, right?
The weeks that I sent to him calculated was adding in that week.
Right. 2 weeks you had already been paid for. 1 week you didn't work, and you told Stef on December 9th, if you don't want to pay that, that's fine. Right?
Yes.
All right. You also sought $3,179.06 in reimbursement for money you claimed you spent on groceries.
Yes.
That was on December 1st.
That's the day I sent the email.
Okay.
The text to Sunny.
And
Please turn off all phones.
you knew that you needed to submit receipts to justify that level of expense on groceries.
That's what I did. Yes.
Is your testimony here under oath that you submitted receipts justifying $3,179.06 spent on groceries out of your money?
It was messed up. Was off. Something was off. Some receipts were the wrong receipt and we cleared it up.
So something was messed up about that,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
You talked about an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. Melissa asked you to return an NDA, right?
No.
I'm sorry?
No. Sunny asked me.
You received an email from Melissa Goddard on December 13th, right?
Melissa and Sunny, I was having problems with the email, the same email.
Yes or no question, ma'am?
I can't answer that correctly.
Can you approach Hannah? Do you recognize that as an email you received from Melissa Goddard on December 13th?
Yes.
And the subject line is NDA payment?
Yes.
She tells you she's Melissa, Mr. Diggs's bookkeeper, right?
Yes.
So you hadn't talked to her before December 13th because she's introducing herself right now.
Yes.
Okay. She says, please return the completed NDA provided to you by Sunny to this email address, right?
Yes.
This is required for employment with Mr. Diggs or any of his entities. Right?
Yes. That's
Sunny
what I
has
said.
an NDA, doesn't she?
I'm not sure.
You don't know?
I don't talk to Sunny about her business, but Mr. Diggs.
You had some text messages with Mr. Diggs on December 13th, right after you got that email, didn't you?
I don't recall the date. I would like to see.
Let's go back to Exhibit 4, it's tab D, page 195. Let me know when you're there, please. You there?
Mm-hmm.
And again, this big blue text bubble right here at the top, that's from you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you write to Stef on December 13, 2025, you sitting here playing in my face. It's 700 some comments and none saying you effing Lindsey. Not a one. So if I told someone that, why it's not in a blog? You're still talking about that blog, that anonymous blog that caused you to get mad at Stef on December 2nd, right? When he chose to believe Lindsey over you. I'll clarify. Thank you, Mr. Virtue. On December 13th, you're still mad about the issue that led to Stef believing Lindsey over you.
From my recollection, he didn't.
I'm sorry. On December 13th,
I can't answer that question correctly without the previous text from Mr. Diggs.
you write not a one, so if I told someone that, why it's not in a blog? You believe it and now sign an NDA. Send me my money. You sitting here playing in my face. Isn't that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. You were mad about the NDA because you thought you had to sign it because Stef believed you leaked something, right?
Yes.
Didn't have anything to do with an assault.
What did you say? I don't understand the
You
question.
thought the fact that you were being asked to sign an NDA was an indication that Stefon still didn't trust you, right?
No.
But you're talking about Lindsey and a blog to him the same day you get an email from Melissa asking you to sign an NDA, right?
Stefon knew that I know.
Yes
so
or no
I
question,
can't
ma'am.
answer that question without explaining.
If I told someone that why it's not in a blog, you believe it and now sign an NDA. Those are your words, right?
It was now signing day after you assault me. I had information on you,
You didn't
and you
say
think I was leaving.
Ma'am, it's not responsive. You didn't say anything about an assault when you talked about an NDA, did you?
It does not change the fact that I was assaulted.
You talked about Lindsey in a blog and he
It
believed
does not
Lindsey.
change the fact I was assaulted.
The first time you connected an NDA with an assault was when you went in to talk to Officer Ellis on December 16th to make a police report, right?
Yes, because I noticed the behavior.
And that was the same officer that you didn't need to be honest with about some of the details about your relationship with Stef, what happened on December 2nd, when you left your position, why you went back to his house on December 9th. True?
I don't understand the question. Can you repeat it?
All of those things that you said to Officer Ellis on December 16th were not true. You had a fight with Stefon Diggs on December 2nd over text about Lindsey and a blog and him believing Lindsey. not about money, right?
It was about money. The last text that I sent to Mr. Diggs was about money.
It was a bit of a compound question.
Yes.
It's true, Your Honor. I will, let's turn back to the text messages between you and Stef after you sent that text message to him on the 13th, connecting the NDA with Stef's believing Lindsey.
I didn't say believe in Lindsey.
No question.
You and Stefon got in another text argument about that issue, right? And if you could turn to page 201.
Also, let's send some good vibes to Mark in Texas. It's been a while since I've seen you. He said he's dealing with an illness, so good vibes to you. That always sucks. But glad you're here.
Stefon, right?
Yes.
And he writes to you on December 13th. Here you go. Don't worry about Melissa, and you don't got to worry about working moving forward. I never told nobody not to pay you. They said you owed money. You knew that, right?
No.
You knew that Melissa calculated the receipts that you submitted and determined that you had been overpaid. Didn't you?
No.
Okay. They said you owed money, says Stef to you on December 13th. Here go that bread you was supposedly owed, I guess. That's what he said to you, right?
Yes.
And he Apple paid you $2,000, didn't he?
Yes.
And then he left another $2,000 on the stair railing in his home for you.
And that was for the week that I was there.
That was for the week of December 9th when you worked, right? And he asked you 3 times in your text message, what else do I owe you? And you never gave him a number, did you?
I said they owe me grocery. I had given Sonny the grocery reimbursement, the person that was my contact for giving receipts to.
I thought you just testified there was a mix-up with the numbers.
Yes, but I had talked to her about that. We had came up with the exact numbers after she added up the receipts.
You understood that Stef fired you that day, right?
I was leaving.
Okay. But you waited until he told you you don't have to work here anymore, and he paid you $4,000.
I came back for my money because I didn't have money to leave.
So the record's clear. You came back on December 9th.
To get my money that I was owed.
You worked. And then on December 13th, Stef told you you didn't need to work there anymore. Right?
I'd already had in my mind that I was quitting. I just came back to get my money.
You were furious with Stef on December 13th, weren't you?
No.
No?
No.
Do you remember that Shai Charles was actually at Stef's house that day?
Yes.
And she was braiding his hair,
Yes.
and she was staying downstairs. She was going to stay overnight.
Yes.
And she finished braiding his hair around midnight,
Yes.
and then you came down from your room to talk to Shai.
Yes.
And you did that because she was your friend.
My coworker. We were cool.
And she's the person you spent that week in New York with. December 2nd, the day you were supposedly assaulted, until December 9th, when you came back to the Dedham house, right? And you sat with Shai and you talked to her until 3 in the morning, didn't you?
Yes.
You told her you were finished with Stef Diggs, didn't you?
I told her in the middle of the week I was coming back to get my money, and I was trying not to be there when she came to braid his hair.
You made Shai a kind of confession in that conversation, didn't you?
A kind of confession?
Yeah. You told her Stef was going to pay.
No, I did not. I do not recall.
I'm going to remind you you're under oath, and I'll ask you that question again. Did you or did you not sit with Shai Charles on December 13th, a few hours after you were fired from your job, and tell Shai that Stef Diggs was going to pay?
No.
Did you tell Shai you were going to sue Stefon?
No.
So after you were fired on the 13th, you stayed in the house, I think you said 2 more days, right?
I wasn't fired.
After Stef Diggs told you you didn't need to work there anymore and paid you all the money
That day you went back
that
to
you claimed you were owed, you stayed in the house for 2 more days, right?
I had to get a plane ticket and I had to find somewhere to stay.
Okay. And then when you left his house, you went to the Dedham police station.
No,
You went to the Dedham police station on December 16th.
I left his house on the 15th.
You testified, and on your direct examination, you left on the 16th.
I left
He corrected
Stefon's
that.
house on the 15th. I went to the Dedham police station on the 16th.
Okay.
She did say the 16th, but she corrected it when she was asked a follow-up question. She said, I think I actually left on the 15th and then went to the police on the 16th.
And you told them he'd assaulted you 14 days before.
On December the 2nd.
And you had to pick a day that was long enough ago that it would explain why you didn't have any injuries, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Part of the lesson you were going to teach Stef was to make a false police report. Isn't that true?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, I'll ask a different question. Your report that you made, it's missing a lot of detail. Would you agree?
Yes, I was afraid to tell the relationship between me and Stefon Diggs.
It's missing more than that.
No,
Right.
it's not.
In your opinion, it isn't. Okay.
It's missing more of the text that was shared in the morning.
Okay.
It would have exposed a lot of things, and I still was trying to protect him and myself.
You actually recanted your own statements, didn't you?
No, I can't.
So you know the criminal complaint in this case issued on December 29th. Right? You know,
What? No, I don't know that.
well, you're the complainant in the case. Is it your testimony you weren't notified that this case was going to be brought forward to the court?
I don't recall. I don't.
It was big news.
I don't. No one reached to me that I recollect.
You reached out to Stef's girlfriend at the time after this complaint was made public, right?
Uh-oh.
Because in the police report, I had not listened to the voice note. I just read the voice note. I was afraid she knew. I was afraid.
Ma'am, it's a yes or no question.
I can't answer that question.
After this complaint became public on December 29th, you reached out to Stef's girlfriend, didn't you?
I can't recall the date, but yes.
Can I approach you on that?
Uh-oh. So Commonwealth wants to approach. Let's get to the Cardi B reach out. And what was she saying? She said she didn't listen to the voice note. She was afraid. So is she trying to say that she didn't initiate the conversation with Cardi? Because there's some voice note.
All right, jurors. We are going to be recessing for the day.
Oh,
And I want to
it is 4:30.
remind you not to discuss this case with anyone, including your fellow jurors, family members, or friends. And I also want to state you're not to allow anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence. I'm going to ask you not to stop in the public areas of the courthouse, to leave the courthouse directly, and then tomorrow morning to return directly to the jury room, all right? And again, you must not read, watch, or listen to any news accounts or media reports about this case, and you must not conduct any independent investigation of any kind, including on the internet or otherwise. So please keep an open mind. Do not form or express any opinions about the case until it is submitted to you for your deliberation. We will resume tomorrow. I'm going to ask you to be in the jury room by 8:45. All right? With all of that caution, have a nice night, and thank you for your attention.
All rise, jurors can step down this way, please.
All right, so we'll still be on cross-examination tomorrow. You get to marinate on it overnight. And we're going to start on time tomorrow. So this is Eastern time, you guys, 9 in the morning. Let's get together again. Keep this going. I think, so they did ask for a sidebar.
Court stands in recess.
But the court said earlier that they'll go until 4:30 anyway. So they might have just realized, like, hey, why don't we break here?
You want to see if anybody wants the last card, Johnny?
Yeah, I will. Yep, I'll do that.
And then I guess bring the audio out. I'll bring
You guys think the defense is going to call Shai Charles?
It's all in this.
So you think they'll let us keep it taped?
Yeah, I'll keep it taped.
Okay. So,
See if anybody, I don't know if they want it.
NBC
This is from
Boston?
3:30 on.
okay, yeah. They all seem to be interested in Boston, Boston 10.
All right, I think they're going to end it here, but we'll hang on and
Providence
see.
10. And 5, he said he had already just downloaded it.
Okay.
Yeah. And Kurt has it. He's out there editing for Hall.
Yeah, I want them to call Shai also. Yeah, we want all of them. Call Shai, Sunny, Lindsey, Cardi. Put them all on the stand at once. All right, so they're icing us out for the day. I mean, it doesn't seem like the court was going to do anything outside the presence of the jury. Seems like they're up out of there exactly at 4:30 over here in this court. That is Judge Jeanmarie Carroll that we have presiding over this case. That is day 1, you guys. We watched jury selection a little bit this morning. They didn't show all of it. I am an eager beaver for day 2. So we're going to fire up the stream right in the morning, 9 a.m., right when court's starting. The jury's supposed to get there 15 minutes ahead of time. And we are going to continue this. This is crazy. We have 6 sidebars during the cross-examination so far. Several pieces of stricken testimony. On direct, we had... Where did I put my notes on direct? I have a lot of notes today. A lot of notes. Got 11 pages of notes. What was the count? So on direct, we had 4 sidebars that I counted and 6 strike from the records. Like, that's a lot. That is a lot. We've only been here for 4.5 hours, and that includes the hour-long lunch break. So I'm sure we'll run that count up tomorrow as well, you guys. We have also been watching the Julio Fulio 4 trial. That started at noon today. They started court late. We'll be doing evening streams to wrap that up. The state said they plan to rest on Wednesday if things go on track. But there could also be a penalty phase in that trial since the prosecution, it's a Florida case, they are seeking the death penalty. So that's what's on the agenda for me later today. That's going to be evening streams. This Stefon Diggs trial is getting the priority. I can't believe it. Like, this is messy. And imagine if this wasn't streamed and you only got like a paragraph article reporting on it. Like what this all might sound like. Because you'd get a quote without any context pulled here and there. You wouldn't hear the tone of voice. You wouldn't hear the tone of the questions from the attorneys. You wouldn't hear the follow-up. And one quote on paper can look totally different than the way it comes off when you actually get to see it and watch it and hear it made in real time. So Always love when we have some transparency here. Also, big thank you again. I want to say thank you to Mark here for the super. And again, thank you guys in the chat for the well wishes. I always think it ups people's spirits to just have nice words from other people. And to read this in full, he says, I haven't been around much due to illness. Hop on an obviously lying witness. I think, okay, maybe it's supposed to cat brings the heat with a banger case. I'm going to the beginning. So past Mark, when you catch up, hey to you. Thank you so much for stopping in and hanging out with us, even if you were on rewind a little bit. And I don't know what it is. We watch cases and they just go off the rails. It's just a thing around here. So even the Julio Fulio 4 case, it's like, it seems like it's just going to be like a straight shot presentation. And then we have this wild interrogation video of one of the co-defendants like emoting in the courtroom and freestyling about, well, he's not really freestyling. You guys can just go watch it. But even that one went off the rails because of that interview. It was almost normal. So always good to see you, Mark. Always good to see a lot of the familiar faces that come around when a trial gets interesting. Also, Sheriff Chuck, generous as always. Sheriff Chuck is making sure there are goodie bags, handing out some fun times in the chat. Like, you know, when they have the t-shirt guns at like sporting events, shooting out t-shirts into the audience. He is here gifting memberships. Hopefully you guys enjoyed hanging out here. If you just got a membership, you're stuck with us for 30 days. So thank you, big thank you, all the love in the world to Sheriff Chuck for always supporting these streams and being so awesome in the chat. Guys, next up for me is not, I don't think the Julio Fulio 4 trial, I think it's, I'm opposed to the death penalty, so it's kind of an odd one for me to watch. Like, I don't love the idea of the death penalty, generally speaking. But today might be interesting because a witness that is saying one of the defendants texted him something to the effect of, you're forgiven, or like, he forgives you, or you're forgiven. It's something that inculpates one of the co-defendants, right? It's damaging testimony, but it also seems like the prosecution didn't actually obtain a cell phone extraction to corroborate that those text messages were actually exchanged. So an interesting witness. I thought he was interesting during the co-defendant Alicia Andrews trial. But other than that, is a very different, I think it's a very different type of case, accusations, just atmosphere in the courtroom. So might not be your cup of tea, but I hope to see you guys back tomorrow. With that being said, any final words, you guys? Let me make you big on the chat. How big? This is as big as StreamYard. I can go wide, I can go tall. That's as many chats as I can fit at one time. So if you guys have any closing thoughts, put them in the chat now. You can say hey to replay crew. Say hey to future you tomorrow. Just let us know your final thoughts in the chat. We'll get you guys on screen and you guys can be part of the experience here. That guy Nick just throwing one in there. Yeah, it was great to see again. That Il Kid J, another name I haven't seen in a while. Thank you for coming hanging out. Sharing with the well wishes to replay crew. Also, I saw Happily Angry Lawyer in the chat saying he's going live to do something tomorrow. I'm not exactly sure what he's doing, but he hasn't streamed in a while and wanted to say that out loud in case you missed it in the chat. So putting that on your radar tomorrow while we're live for this, I'll let you guys know what he's actually going to be talking about. All right, and thank you so much, you guys. See you guys bright and early in the morning or for Fulio 4 in a few minutes if you're going to come hang out. Bye, everybody.